Chapter 876, Breathtaking Feng. The Silver Dragon's words already posed some temptation for Feng in the first place. After hearing the contents of the system notification, he was further stunned. System, congratulations. You have obtained the recognition of the dragon race. System, congratulations. You have learned the language of dragons. System, hidden quest, life redemption, triggered. Do you wish to accept this quest? So there's such a benefit for resealing the Silver Dragon as well. After taking a look at the system notification window, Feng shifted his gaze back to the Silver Dragon. Dragons weren't just incomparably powerful. They also loved collecting treasure. If he could complete this quest relating to the dragon race, the potential rewards would definitely be much more bountiful than those from quests given by human NPCs. Originally, White Knight and the others were the ones who should have received this quest. Now, however, Feng had accidentally stolen this opportunity from them. Sure, but what will I get in return? Feng asked, smiling as he looked at the fallen Silver Dragon. In any case, he was not in a rush to go anywhere. Hearing the dragon out wouldn't hurt. I know that you humans are always in pursuit of power. I know of a certain location. At that place, there is a secret technique tablet that powerhouses among you humans are always dreaming of obtaining. If you can release me and help me vanquish those mutants, I can send you to that place, the Silver Dragon said slowly. Secret technique tablet? Feng was shocked despite himself. He truly never imagined that this hidden quest he triggered would actually offer such a bountiful reward. If he could obtain an additional secret technique tablet, he would be able to nurture even more guild experts. Alright, I agree to your offer, Feng answered without hesitation. System, hidden quest, life redemption, accepted. Quest content, help the Silver Dragon kill the mutants. Such good opportunities did not come easily. Currently, Feng was still utterly helpless about the Golden Tablet quest. That mysterious youth was simply too powerful. Feng simply had no chance to complete the quest at his current level. Dealing with the mutants, on the other hand, was much less demanding. These mutants had appeared just recently. They had not undergone any growth as yet and were currently at their weakest. Hence, it would be significantly easier to kill them. If he were to give the mutants 10 days or half a month, even he would be helpless to do anything about them. Following which, Feng destroyed the stone altar once more and liberated the Silver Dragon. Though I cannot get too close to those mutants, I can support you from the sidelines. Looking at the chains binding its body disappearing, the Silver Dragon extended one of its massive claws to Feng and said, "Hop on. I will bring you over to the battlefield." Given free rein, those mutants will only grow stronger as time passes. We need to exterminate them as quickly as possible. Without hesitation, Feng hopped directly onto the Silver Dragon's claw. Indeed, just as the Silver Dragon had said, even if those mutants did not devour or kill any monsters or players, they would still grow stronger with the passage of time. Without any intervention, they would become a disaster in God's domain in a few days. In his previous life, a mutant that had been left unchecked in Star Moon Kingdom had wreaked devastation on the kingdom. By the time players realized the severity of the situation, that mutant had already grown into a difficult foe to defeat even with more than 100,000 players. Suddenly, the Silver Dragon spread its wings and flapped them. It then flew straight out of the crater and shot into the sky. "Boss, something's not right with these mutants," a level 38 male swordsman suddenly said. "I keep feeling that they're becoming stronger and stronger." "Yeah, I get the same feeling. Although there aren't any changes to their maximum HPs, my attacks are actually doing less and less damage to them." "Me too. Moreover, their movements and reactions are gradually improving." At first, everyone had thought this was just their own misconception. However, after one person mentioned it, everyone else similarly felt that something was amiss. If they allowed these monsters to continue strengthening, their situation would become increasingly precarious. After all, just from a numbers point of view, they were now at a disadvantage. Initially, there had been 101 mutants. Now, there were still 87 of them. On the other hand, their team, which had started with 100 members, had only 64 members remaining. Most tragically, even until now, they had yet to defeat a single elite mutant. Moreover, they had also used up nearly all the magic scrolls and tools they had brought with them. This was the first time they had encountered such a difficult quest where they could not see any hope of victory whatsoever. White Knight, who had been kiting the chieftain mutant all this time, frowned deeply as well. In truth, he, too, had long since noticed that these mutants were becoming increasingly stronger, especially the chieftain mutant he was kiting. Whether it was in terms of reaction speed, defense, or attack power, these monsters were receiving gradual minor improvements. However, he was also helpless about the situation. He had already made plenty of preparations for the quest this time. He had never thought that they would still end up failing. Just as everyone was falling into the pits of despair, a massive figure appeared in the sky once more, the roar it released making everyone from Owl tremble. It's over. We're truly finished this time. All their hearts sank into utter despair when they saw the silver dragon flying towards them. A Tier 4 silver dragon was far more powerful than these mutants they were struggling against. They already possessed no chance of victory against these mutants. Now that a silver dragon was joining the fray, they did not even have the heart to try to resist. Hey, look at the silver dragon's claw. There seems to be a person standing there. Frozen Dream exclaimed as she stared at the distant silver dragon, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. The silver dragon was beyond terrifying. It was truly hard to imagine there would be someone capable of standing on the dragon's claw. Hearing Frozen Dream's words, everyone promptly focused their gazes on the dragon's claws. Isn't that the player from before? I'm not dreaming, right? The silver dragon that was trying to kill him before has actually fallen under his control? Is he even human? Everyone was thunderstruck when they saw Xiaofan standing on the silver dragon's claw. Once upon a time, they had been prideful over the fact that they were in possession of either a bronze or mysterious iron mount even before reaching level 40. After looking at Xiaofan, however, they were just a bit short of dying from embarrassment. As the silver dragon rapidly approached them, its powerful aura left everyone breathless, despite several hundred yards still separating them. Shortly after, Xiaofan jumped down from the silver dragon's claw and landed before everyone. None of the members of Owl could find it in themselves to speak to Xiaofan. They only observed him quietly with eyes full of fear. Just the thought of the silver dragon hovering above Xiaofan made them shudder. A single snort from the silver dragon would be more than enough to wipe them out completely. One could say that their fates were currently in Xiaofan's hands. Fellow friend, how may I help you? At this moment, even White Knight had an incomparably tense expression as he looked at Xiaofan. Setting aside the silver dragon hovering above Xiaofan, just the swordsman himself gave White Knight a feeling of an unreachable existence. Even though White Knight clearly couldn't feel any danger coming from Xiaofan, the aura the latter radiated was actually somewhat superior to even a lord-ranked monsters of the same level. In front of an expert of such caliber, even his prideful self had to tread with great caution. Chapter 877, Brutal Massacre. Xiaofan sent a glance at White Knight and the others, who were currently still locked in combat. From the current state of their battle, they were performing much better than he initially expected. At this moment, Xiaofan had to admit that Owl was indeed an adventurer team on par with the Midnight Tea Party. There was quite a number of capable experts among them. If Zero Wing's main force were the ones fighting here today, they would have long since fallen to these mutants. In particular, White Knight, who was pinning down the chieftain mutant, had already achieved perfection in terms of skill utilization. Feng estimated that every one of White Knight's skills had a completion rate of at least 90%. Despite fighting in such a cramped and dangerous environment, White Knight still managed to achieve such results. Moreover, his control and utilization of his surrounding environment were similarly at a breathtaking level. Feng did not think that even he himself could perform any better than White Knight in this aspect. In addition, White Knight's predictions of the Chieftain Mutant's movements were extremely accurate. Although the level 50 Chieftain Mutant was not as strong as a level 50 Grand Lord, it was not that far off either. Even with the effects of the extreme frost field and suppression barrier, a player at White Knight's level would still face extreme difficulty evading the Chieftain's attacks, not to mention doing so in such a cramped environment and without exposing any of his allies to the Chieftain's attacks. If White Knight could not predict the Chieftain Mutant's movements 1 or 2 seconds ahead, it would be utterly impossible for him to guide the Chieftain's attacks accurately. Unfortunately, although White Knight and the other members of OWL were amazing, it was obvious that the mutants had the advantage in this battle. As more time passed, the combat power of the mutants would increase as well. It was only a matter of time before White Knight and the others were wiped out. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to look for trouble, Feng said as he took another glance at the overall situation of the battle. Seeing the anxious and slightly hostile expressions White Knight and the others were wearing, he could not help but laugh as he said, "Moreover, even if I came to look for trouble, I could simply just stand to one side and watch. In any case, these monsters will kill you guys eventually." When everyone heard Feng's words, they wanted to rebuke him. In the end, however, their words got stuck in their throats. This reaction wasn't just due to the strength Feng had displayed. It was also because Feng's words were not wrong. "May I know if fellow friend would be willing to help us out? After the battle, you can have all the loot of these monsters. We won't take anything." White Knight took the initiative to ask after giving the situation some thought. "Big Brother White, these monsters are so powerful. The loot they drop will definitely be very amazing. Moreover, we've only managed to reach this point after sacrificing so much. Yet, now, we're giving all the benefits to someone else." Frozen Dream immediately panicked upon hearing White Knight's proposal to Feng. Although they were indeed in a precarious situation, she did not think that Feng would have a way to deal with these many mutants. Both sides needed to work together in order to have a chance to eliminate these mutants. Rather than just giving up all the loot, they should negotiate with Feng. At the very least, they should ask to get the quest item. The other members of OWL similarly grew anxious. However, they also knew that White Knight was doing this for them. While in this area, there were only 2 methods for them to leave. Either they killed all of the mutants, or they were killed by the mutants. Judging by the current momentum of the battle, it was only a matter of time before they died, and they would suffer significant losses if they died. Aside from losing a level, they would also drop a piece of equipment. It would take them a long time to recuperate from such a loss. "Alright." Feng nodded as he looked at White Knight retreating while fighting the Chieftain Mutant. In reality, even if White Knight did not make such a proposal, he would still help them exterminate these mutants in order to form a connection with the future legendary adventurer team. He could get White Knight to owe him a favor by doing so. White Knight was a man who stood by his word. As long as he promised something, he would definitely do it. Back then, the Ranger had owed the Super Guild King's Return a favor. In the end, he had started a war with King's Return's rival, the Super Guild Pantheon, without hesitation, aiding King's Return in securing a war fortress. A war fortress was different from a player-established city or town, which had a fixed location. A war fortress could move, only it was very costly to shift around. However, it was the perfect tool to attack cities and devastate lands. At the same time, a war fortress could also serve as a small-scale city. It could move to the latest leveling maps to greatly reduce the travel time of players. The value of a war fortress was far above even that of a legendary item. For this reason, Pantheon had hated Owl down to the very bone. The Super Guild had even mobilized its army to assault Owl's main headquarters. Although Owl ended up winning in the end, the adventurer team had suffered tremendous losses. Meanwhile, although White Knight had not said that he would owe Xiaofan a favor, the ranger would definitely remember the favor Xiaofan would do him today. Just this point alone was enough for Xiaofan. Many thanks. Upon hearing Xiaofan agree to his proposal, White Knight breathed out a sigh of relief. His teammates might not be convinced of Xiaofang's strength, but if Xiaofan did not possess sufficient strength, how could he possibly have managed to treat the silver dragon as a mount? Following which, White Knight had Frozen Dream write out a contract. After both sides signed the contract, they added Xiaofan to the team and appointed him the team leader. What's there to thank him for? Haven't we given him all the benefits already? Frozen Dream silently pouted, feeling extremely displeased as she looked at Xiaofan, who was wearing a black cloak and had his identity hidden. She refused to believe that Xiaofan could truly do anything about these mutants. In the end, he would just be utilizing the strength of the silver dragon. However, this was the silver dragon's strength, not Xiaofang's own strength. After signing the contract, Xiaofan also informed the silver dragon to take action. In the next moment, the silver dragon let out a deafening roar, and a gigantic, silver magic array covering a radius of 500 yards appeared immediately, catching everyone within it. As soon as the magic array appeared, the mutants began emitting white smoke from their bodies. Not only did their defense abruptly decrease by a large margin, but even their attack power had weakened significantly. Such a powerful spell. At this moment, everyone fully experienced just how powerful this silver magic array was. Originally, their attacks only dealt around -200 to -300 damage to the common mutants. Now, however, their damages doubled. On the other hand, the damage the common mutants were dealing to their MTs had decreased significantly, instantly going from around -5,000 damage per hit to around -2,000 damage per hit. This sudden development greatly lessened the burden on the MTs and healers. Unfortunately, even with such a powerful spell assisting them, it was still not enough to bridge the gap between the two sides. The HPs of the mutants were simply too high. Just the common mutants already possessed 1,500,000 HP, not to mention the elite and chieftain mutants. The monsters had more than enough HP to exhaust them to death. Let's use you all to test my new strength, then. A hint of excitement flashed in Xiaofang's eyes as he looked at the clumped-up mutants. In the next moment, Xiaofan activated silent steps and appeared behind a common mutant. Chop. -6,417. Thundering Flash. -3,405, -8,717, -7,004, -10,214. Thunder Flame Explosion. -12,137. The common mutant's HP rapidly flowed away like running water. Even Xiaofang's normal attacks dealt around -2,200 to -2,300 damage. When the members of Owl saw Xiaofang's damage, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. The swordsman's damage was 2 to 3 times higher than even the extremely well-geared White Knights. In the next moment, Xiaofan adjusted his positioning slightly and followed up with Dragon Breath. A beam of white light instantly engulfed close to 40 common mutants, damage of over -20,000 points appearing above the mutants' heads. Some even received critical damage of over -40,000 points. Over a dozen of the mutants struck also fell into a fainted state on the spot. Just who is this person? Frozen Dream was utterly dumbfounded at this moment. However, what no one knew was that Xiaofan was currently under the effects of the power of darkness as well as the dragon's dominator. Even the high HP and defense of the mutants could do little against his attacks. Moreover, Xiaofan was not afraid of attracting the aggro of the mutants at all. With his speed and mysterious footwork, none of the mutants could close in on him at all. In fact, Feng was even utilizing his high damage to gradually lure and concentrate the common mutants into a group. When he had gathered nearly 60 mutants, he abruptly pointed his sword towards the sky. Skywheel Sword. Countless golden, divine swords rained down from the sky, trapping all the mutants within a radius of 20 yards and dealing damage of over -5,000 points to every one of them. Immediately after, Feng cast Firestorm. Scorching flames instantly engulfed the common mutants. Everyone immediately saw damages ranging from -30,000 to more than -50,000 rising through the flames. Moreover, this phenomenon repeated itself once every second for 6 seconds. Feng was still not done with his attacks. He retrieved a silvery gray Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag and unfurled it, rapidly chanting the incantation recorded within the scroll. Suddenly, numerous silver whirlwinds appeared amid the group of mutants, continuously garroting them, dealing over -20,000 damage each second for 4 seconds. Tier 2 Spell, Storm Garrote. Due to the silver whirlwind's powerful suction, these mutants couldn't escape the garroting at all, their HPs continuously decreasing. This sight rendered everyone speechless. Every one of these mutants was a boss-level monster. Yet, now, Feng was actually fighting them as if they were weak, low-level monsters. None of them knew what to say about Feng's performance. However, the HP and defense of these mutants were simply too high. Although this method might work against normal elites and special elites, it was totally ineffective against these monsters that had over 1,000,000 HP. Just as everyone was thinking of a way to help Feng scatter the group of mutants, Feng took out another Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag. This time, it was the Tier 2 spell Blizzard. Not only did the spell freeze these mutants for 8 seconds, but it also dealt over -40,000 damage to each of them. After using one scroll, Feng would take out another Tier 2 magic scroll. Moreover, it was another AoE attack magic scroll. After he went through a total of 8 Tier 2 magic scrolls in a row, the common mutants, which originally had 1,500,000 HP, had less than half their HPs remaining. Crap, does this guy run a magic scroll photocopying shop or something? Feng's actions left everyone flabbergasted. They could be considered a top-class adventurer team. Throughout their time playing God's Domain, they had accumulated a significant stockpile of items. They also possessed quite a few Tier 2 magic scrolls. However, even for them, Tier 2 AoE attack magic scrolls were still extremely rare items. Until now, their entire team had managed to collect only 5 of such scrolls, which they had used up on previous quests. Now, however, Feng alone had taken out 8 of such magic scrolls. Just as everyone thought Feng had already run out of scrolls, the latter pulled out yet another Tier 2 magic scroll. Everyone was now at a complete loss for words. This was definitely the first time they had seen such an extravagant way of grinding monsters. On the market, a single Tier 2 AoE attack magic scroll currently sold for around 200 gold. One could buy a level 40 dark gold weapon already with that kind of money. Despite that, Feng was actually using these scrolls as if they were ordinary skills. What no one knew was that Feng really did not lack in Tier 2 magic scrolls. He had obtained plenty just from the various field bosses he had raided with Zero Wing's main force. There were also the magic scrolls his guild obtained from Hell Mode and Hard Mode team dungeons. Moreover, as he ventured to new high-level maps, he would often come across bronze or mysterious iron treasure chests. In addition, after capturing Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing had acquired many magic scrolls from the town's treasury. Just the number of Tier 2 AoE attack magic scrolls in Zero Wing's possession right now came close to 100 pieces. Even the stockpiles of super guilds were not as well stocked as Zero Wing's. Meanwhile, for the operation this time, Feng had prepared close to 60 Tier 2 AoE attack magic scrolls, more than enough for him to massacre the common mutants. When Feng used the 24th scroll, the common mutants finally could not hold out any longer. They abruptly fell before him one after another. The abundant amount of EXP they provided allowed Xiaofan to level up once to level 41. Chapter 878, Foolish Humans. Frozen Dream and the other OWL members were speechless as they stared at the dozens of dead common mutants. A single Tier 2 AoE attack magic scroll cost at least 200 gold, yet Xiaofan had just used 24 of them. He had essentially blown through enough money to purchase an epic weapon. Meanwhile, not only had the abundant EXP allowed Xiaofan to level up once, but the rest of the team also leveled up once or twice. Every OWL member was now at level 40, with some being only a short distance away from level 41. These monsters give a ton of EXP. Ha ha ha. This is awesome. I'm fully recovered after leveling up. Joy began to fill these players' eyes. Both the healers and the magical classes, who had been running out of mana, had fully replenished mana bars. Their confidence in dealing with the remaining level 50 elite and chieftain mutants had been restored as well. Previously, these players had lost hope of emerging victorious as they knew that they would not outlast these monsters. There were simply too many common mutants. Everyone on the team would have died long before they finished them all off. It's no wonder why he was so calm. He really does have a way to deal with these monsters by himself. Frozen Dream could not help but shift her gaze towards the cloaked Xiaofan. When she thought back to her previous words, a light blush colored her pale white cheeks as embarrassment overtook her. If not for Xiaofang's aid, they would have died here. None of those who had spoken out against Xiaofang's participation said a word. They only admired the cloaked swordsman. At this point, only the 14 elites and one chieftain remained. Their team had finally reclaimed the advantage of numbers. Although the remaining monsters were far more difficult to deal with, they shouldn't have any issues taking down the remaining adversaries with a powerful damage dealer like Xiaofan on their side. Just as the thought of ridding themselves of the mutants entered everyone's minds, the remaining mutants transformed into a black liquid and gathered at a single point in the air. The black mass's aura grew stronger as the liquid gathered. The team's caution intensified as they watched the ball of black liquid squirm in midair. Be careful. He has absorbed a lot of power from my body, the silver dragon suddenly said. As the silver dragon finished its warning, the black liquid transformed into a black dragon and fell, shattering the ground with its weight. The dragon the black liquid had formed was much smaller than the silver dragon. It was only roughly 20 meters tall. However, that was still more than tall enough to tower over players. The dragon loomed like a 7-story tall building. With a swipe of its powerful claws, it could rip through players like paper. Mutated Dragon, Mutant Dragon, Tier 2. Level 50. HP 80,000,000/80,000,000. After reading the Mutated Dragon statistics, Xiaofan frowned, a grim expression overtaking his face. Although the mutant's level had not changed, only transforming from a Tier 1 chieftain to a Tier 2 lord, the difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. The problem was no longer limited to a gap between their tiers. Rather, the problem was their positions on the food chain. The Tier 3 upper-rank Frostbone dragon Xiaofan had previously killed had not been a true dragon despite its appearance. The mutated dragon before them, however, was a bona fide dragon. It was even higher on the food chain than fallen angels. Even though it was only at the Tier 2 standard in the same level, it could easily defeat the Tier 3 Frostbone dragon. Furthermore, this dragon was a mutant, which gave it a vast potential to grow in various aspects. Xiaofan was no longer able to determine the mutated dragon's true power. However, he could say one thing with certainty: the mutated dragon was exceedingly strong. If they allowed the mutated dragon to grow, it would cause a calamity across God's domain that was several times more severe than the Abyss Passage's opening. Not only could the mutated dragon grow indefinitely, but it also wasn't restricted to certain regions. It could go anywhere it wished, unlike abyss passages, which only affected the country where it spawned and its neighbors. In fact, Feng wasn't the only tense player in the group. The owl members were also anxious. Even an expert like White Knight felt a tremendous pressure from the mutated dragon. It felt as if they were sailing across the open ocean in a small boat, the threat of capsizing looming before them. Their lives could end at any given moment. Foolish humans, I really have to thank you. If not for your help in ridding me of all of that excess power, I wouldn't be able to display my true power. Revealing a human-like sneer, the mutated dragon laughed coldly as it said, I also have you to thank, foolish dragon. If not for your help, these humans wouldn't have succeeded. As a show of gratitude, I'll devour you all to nurture my power. I won't let you have your way, the silver dragon bellowed. Suddenly, a silver magic array enveloped over half of the valley. Numerous silver chains emerged from the magic array and bound the mutated dragon. You've lost your mind. You are actually willing to sacrifice your lifespan to cast this spell? The mutated dragon was flustered as it felt the silver chains drain its strength, yet no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't even scratch them. So what if you've used this spell? How much of your lifespan can you afford to expend? Once you're exhausted, I will regain my freedom. You cannot stop me. Human, I will leave the rest to you, the silver dragon said weakly. Casting this spell had obviously taken a massive toll. Suddenly, a system notification reached Feng's ears. System, you have to kill the mutated dragon within 2 hours. If you cannot complete this task, the silver dragon will exhaust its lifespan and die. At the same time, a timer appeared next to Feng's system interface. 1 hour, 59 minutes, 57 seconds. Ha ha ha. As expected of a foolish dragon. Even in the face of death, you place your hopes in these little ants. Do you really believe that, even after siphoning my strength, these ants can defeat me? The black mutated dragon laughed maniacally. Fine, let me show you, foolish humans, how terrifying dragons truly are. Saying so, the mutated dragon dashed towards the group of players. Be careful. Melees, focus on dodging. Do not try to block the mutant's attacks. All ranged players, target its joints. White Knight issued his commands immediately. The mutated dragon was, by far, the strongest monster they had ever faced since joining God's domain. Mutated Dragon, Mutant Dragon, Tier 2. Level 50. HP 40,000,000/40,000,000. They might not have had any hope of victory before, but the silver chains now suppressed the mutated dragon. Both its attributes and mobility had been significantly restricted. Moreover, they had recovered to their peak states and risen to level 40, improving their basic attributes. All hope was not lost. Very quickly, 3 level 40 MTs moved to stand between the mutated dragon and the rest of the team, each one possessing over 18,000 HP. Seeing the mutated dragon swing one of its massive, clawed 4 feet at them, all 3 MTs took evasive measures and activated their life-saving skills simultaneously, reducing the damage they took by half. As the mutated dragon attacked, the distant White Knight used Triple Piercer, the skill with the greatest impact among all his Tier 1 skills. His skill completion rate had even reached 97%, the original 3 arrows merging into one. The newly combined arrow tore through the air as it penetrated the mutated dragon's wrist. Boom! -2315. Although White Knight's attack struck the joint, it did not affect the dragon's forefoot at all. The claws blurred as they struck a Guardian Knight that had not dodged in time. The Guardian Knight's HP instantly fell by 10,000. If he had not activated his life-saving skill, he would have become mincemeat the moment the dragon's claws reached him. This is after it has been weakened? The players gasped and they saw the mutated dragon's defense and damage. With such high damage, defense, and speed, they had no hope of contending with the mutated dragon as they were right now. As the owl members began to despair, a black figure appeared before the mutated dragon. This figure was none other than Xiaofan. Seeing this, disgust flashed in the mutated dragon's eyes. It slapped at Xiaofan with its forefoot as if it were swatting a fly. Before anyone could react, the dragon's forefoot struck the ground, forming a crater with a radius of over 10 meters. Chapter 879, Overwhelming a Dragon with Force. The players from Owl were stunned when they saw the mutated dragon's strength. They had often seen attacks form craters after hitting the ground. However, this was the first time they had seen an attack form such a massive pit. Moreover, this had been a normal attack, not a skill. Why was he so impatient? Frozen Dream frowned at the crater beneath the mutated dragon's front foot. From the damage their guardian knight had received, she understood that they could not stand up against the mutated dragon in a head-on clash. They could only rely on the melees to kite the dragon while the ranged players dealt damage and whittled down its HP. Only by doing so would they have any hope of emerging victorious, yet Xiaofan had stubbornly rushed up to the dragon, dying with a single swat. Now, their team had lost a powerful ally, reducing their chances of defeating the dragon even further. However, as the mutated dragon lifted its claws, these players discovered a figure beneath the giant forefoot. How? The team was astonished. The mutated dragon's strength was obvious. Even level 50, Tier 2 MTs wouldn't withstand such destructive power, yet a swordsman like Xiaofan had survived. How could they not be shocked? Such high strength. If not for the dragon's domination suppression and the additional 500 attributes I received, I would have been forced to waste a life-saving skill. Xiaofan inwardly celebrated his survival. For each dragon that was within 1,000 yards, Dragon's Dominator would increase all of his basic attributes by 500 points. Currently, 2 dragons were within range, the Silver Dragon and the Mutated Dragon. The Mutated Dragon was, in fact, a member of the dragon race. With 2 dragons present, each of Xiaofang's basic attributes had gained 1,000 points. However, Xiaofan did not only enjoy this buff. As the Heavenly Dragon's breath increased his attributes by a percentage, his strength, agility, and endurance had increased by another 50%, and his intelligence by 35%. Moreover, as he still had the effects of Power of Darkness, Xiaofang's current attributes had long since exceeded that of a level 50, Tier 2 metric tons. Blocking the weakened mutated dragon's attack wasn't an issue. However, it was somewhat strenuous. Although Xiaofan had blocked the mutated dragon's attack with his swords, he had lost 2,187 HP. Of course, 2,000 damage wasn't considerable to Xiaofan. After all, Xiaofan currently had a maximum of 83,460 HP. Such low damage was practically negligible. Not to mention, there were multiple healers on standby who could restore him to full health at any moment. Is he a human or a ghost? Owl's members were thoroughly stupefied. They had already been impressed by Xiaofang's basic attributes. Even their leader, White Knight, was no match for him. However, they had been able to see the swordsman's boundaries during the last fight. He had not been completely out of their reach. Watching him now, however, they realized that they were a part of 2 different worlds. While these players were still frozen with shock over Xiaofang's absurdly high attributes, the mutated dragon noticed that the swordsman was still alive. Immediately, it slammed its claws down on Xiaofan once more. Boom! The already large crater expanded further. This time, however, the mutated dragon's forefoot had not hit Xiaofan. After dodging the attack, Xiaofan swung the abyssal blade at the dragon's claw and executed chop. -34,157. Upon receiving the critical damage of over -30,000 points, the mutated dragon's foot trembled slightly. There was even a shallow cut across its adamantite-like scales. Damn, my attacks are only dealing around 1,000 damage, yet he can deal over 30,000 damage with a single hit. Is he really a player? Everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when they saw Xiaofang's damage. White Knight, who had attacked the dragon continuously, froze momentarily, his eyes glued to the cut left on the mutant's joint. While it was impressive that Xiaofang's attack had managed to deal over -30,000 damage, the implication of leaving a cut across the dragon's scales was far more significant. Direct damage would, at most, reduce the mutated dragon's HP. However, inflicting external injuries would weaken the mutated dragon's combat power. His longbow was an epic weapon, yet his attacks couldn't even scratch the mutated dragon. There was one thing he was very certain of. The ability to injure a monster's body was unrelated to a player's attributes. It was mainly due to the quality and sharpness of the player's weapon. Is he using fragmented legendary weapons? White Knight's shock increased as he glanced at Xiaofang's two swords. He had gone through hell and back to obtain his current longbow. He had never once harbored any thought of obtaining a fragmented legendary weapon. With this revelation, White Knight considered befriending Xiaofan. He had played God's domain with the intention of getting to know various experts. He wanted to challenge his limits and surpass them. However, what White Knight did not know was that Xiaofang's weapons were not fragmented legendary rank. They were only on par with epic weapons. However, due to the magic devices he had equipped, their sharpness and destructive power had improved significantly, which allowed them to wound the mutated dragon. I'll serve as the MT. The rest of you, attack from afar. Feng commanded through the team chat after attracting the mutated dragon's aggro. Originally, the members of OWL had their issues with Feng leading their team. Now, however, they followed his commands without argument. The healers began to focus on Feng, whereas the melee players retreated to maximum range, attacking the mutated dragon with the ranged players. Although the melee players' ranged damage couldn't compare to their ranged companions, overall, they dealt a considerable amount. With a powerful MT like Feng, the healers had gained some peace of mind. They didn't need to worry about Feng being instant killed. The ranged damage dealers could also attack without holding back. Even if the power of darkness ended right now, Feng was confident he could dodge the mutated dragon's attacks. However, he would have far fewer chances of counterattacking. In any case, Feng's goal in attacking the mutated dragon was not to decrease its HP, but to injure its joints. Although a single attack's effects were not noticeable, after 100 attacks, the effects were obvious. Once the mutant's joints were heavily wounded, both its reaction speed and attack speed fell drastically. This made evading the dragon's attacks and launching counterattacks even easier for Feng. Eventually, the mutated dragon became utterly helpless against Feng. It could only watch as the little human before it avoided every one of its attacks. In the end, even losing the buffs from Power of Darkness, Feng was still able to dodge the mutated dragon's attacks effortlessly. Meanwhile, although the other players' damages were not considerable, their total damage exceeded the mutated dragon's recovery speed. From time to time, Feng also dealt a heavy blow. As a result, the dragon's HP continuously decreased. Time passed quickly. The mutated dragon's HP had finally fallen to 20%. Humans, your luck ends here, the mutated dragon bellowed, its roar echoing throughout the valley. The mutated dragon, which had been 20 meters tall, started to grow, reaching 30 meters instantly. Not only did it receive an enhancement to its strength and speed, but its range had also increased, making it far more difficult for Feng to evade its attacks. In the next moment, the mutated dragon swiped its tail at Feng, the swipe's force instantly generating a storm. However, before the storm could devour Feng, the dragon's tail arrived before him. Moreover, the dragon's attack range with its tail was quite wide, and Xiaofan did not have enough time to dodge. Defensive blade. Pang! The attack threw Xiaofan. Even the players attacking from over a dozen meters behind him died instantly. Unfortunately, the mutated dragon was not done. It began to swing its tail like a whip, covering the area with afterimages. 1 swipe. 2 swipes. 3 swipes. By the time the mutated dragon's attack ended, Xiaofang's defensive blade had been exhausted of block counts. Meanwhile, there were less than 40 players still standing. If the mutated dragon launched that tail attack 1 or 2 more times, it would wipe out their team. The mutated dragon's terrifying chain attack had also devastated the surrounding forest, leaving very little behind. The dragon race's explosive power is truly terrifying. Fortunately, I haven't used all of my cards yet. Xiaofan released a sigh of relief. Following which, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. Chapter 880, Slaying a Dragon. Boss, the dragon's defense and reaction speed have improved quite a bit. With our remaining numbers, I'm afraid that we can't survive another round of chain attacks, a green-robed, level 40 male summoner anxiously reported. Once the mutated dragon went berserk, a single round of whipping its tail had annihilated all of his summoned creatures. Even their attacks were becoming less effective. Previously, they had been able to, more or less, hit the dragon, each of their attacks dealing around -1000 damage. Now, however, the mutant blocked over half of their attacks with its tail. Even when their attack struck the dragon, they only dealt around -600 damage. After factoring in the members they had lost and the healers, their overall damage could not overcome the mutated dragon's regeneration. It was only a matter of time before they team-wiped. This is the final push. Throw everything you have at it. White Knight had been watching the battle from the rear. Excluding Xiaofang's hidden statistics, he had run through various simulations in his mind based on his team's statistics and calculated their probability of taking down the mutated dragon. However, no matter how many simulations he ran through, they were no match for the mutated dragon. The difference between them was simply too massive. He had never expected the mutated dragon to be so terrifying after going berserk. Ordinary bosses generally gained around a 30% increase to their combat power after going berserk. However, the mutated dragon's overall combat power had increased by 50% at the very least. White Knight even suspected that the mutated dragon had doubled its strength after going berserk. Even after Xiaofan had joined, they had barely stood against the dragon. Now that the dragon's strength had grown, they had no hope of victory. Hearing White Knight's orders, every player began to use their most powerful moves against the mutated dragon. Some even activated berserk skills. Although not every owl member possessed a berserk skill, the remaining 40 or so members were all experts with the highest strength among the team. Over a dozen had learned berserk skills. Immediately, these dozen or so players attribute sword. White Knight and Frozen Dream experienced the greatest improvements, their main attributes increasing by 100%. Buy me some time. Frozen Dream shouted. Immediately, she began to chant an incantation, the surrounding mana gathering rapidly around her. Okay. Everyone, aim for the dragon's joints. White Knight shouted. Their survival now depended on this very moment. Either the mutated dragon would wipe them out while it was still berserk, or they would finish off the mutated dragon's 8 million HP while they were berserk. Spells and arrows flew at the mutant. Seeing this, the dragon swiped its claws. Pang! 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 The dragon's massive forefoot blocked over half of the attacks easily. Only extremely accurate attacks like those from White Knight had struck the dragon. -3,348. -1,448. -1279. -1354. Although numerous attacks had landed, only White Knight's attacks broke past the 3000 threshold. Everyone else only dealt around -1000 damage. Their overall damage barely made a dent in the dragon's remaining HP. Before White Knight and the others could launch another volley of attacks, the mutated dragon rose its tail once more. Watch out for its tail attacks. Fall back. White Knight instructed and began to retreat while attacking the mutated dragon's massive tail. However, the tail's attack speed and range were too much for them. Even Feng had not been able to dodge the attack in time and had been forced to rely on a life-saving skill. Although everyone had retreated quite a distance from the mutated dragon, they were still within range of the shockwave that would follow the tail's swipe. The resulting shockwaves alone were enough to end White Knight and his companions. Boom! A sonic boom ripped through the air as the dragon's tail swiped at Owl's players, the tail's attack range reaching over half of the team. Suddenly, however, a streak of blue light hacked at the swinging tail. Boom! The mutated dragon's attack halted abruptly. At the same time, a figure sank to the ground, a large crater forming around the player. He blocked it? White Knight's jaw dropped as he stared at the figure in disbelief. Although he had not seen it clearly, he had caught a glimpse of Feng swinging his sword at the mutated dragon's tail. The instant his sword collided with the tail, however, Feng vanished. The mutant's tail already contained far more power than its 4 feet. The dragon had also gone berserk, yet Feng had blocked the attack. Shortly after, Feng climbed out of the pit. Although he appeared somewhat miserable, his HP bar revealed that he had only suffered negligible damage. The improved Heavenly Dragon's power really is amazing. With this, I can take the mutated dragon's attacks without any problems. Feng flexed his muscles a little. Due to the impact, he was sore everywhere. Overall, however, his combat power had not been affected overmuch. Not only had Heavenly Dragon's power increased his HP by 500%, but the skill also increased his strength by 150%, agility by 50%, and defense by 300%. Currently, he had over 260,000 HP. With his enhanced defense, he had only received around -3,000 damage after receiving the direct hit. Even without the healer's assistance, he could easily withstand several hundred such attacks. He didn't need to fear the berserk mutated dragon at all. Following which, Feng activated silent steps and appeared behind the mutated dragon. He then used Phantom Kill and 9 Dragon Slash. Flame burst. In the next moment, the twin swords Feng wielded and those of his doppelganger transformed into dazzling, miniature suns. Scorching, white rays of light then slammed brutally into the back of the mutated dragon's neck, one after another. -62,487. -43,718. -127,496. -43,587. 30 consecutive scorching blades bit into the mutated dragon's neck, all 30 strikes hitting the same location. In addition, a dozen abyssal blade phantoms continuously assaulted the mutant, each dealing up to -6,000 damage. The mutated dragon released an agonized cry as it slammed into the ground. The mutated dragon's HP had instantly fallen from 8 million to 5,640,000. Immediately after, Feng used Firestorm and Dragon Breath. The mutated dragon's HP fell below the 5 million threshold. This is insane. The witnessing players were nearly speechless as they stared at the fallen dragon. White Knight was just as shocked. He could not figure out how many cards Feng had kept hidden. Feng alone was savagely beating a boss that his entire team had been helpless against. At this time, Frozen Dream finally completed her chanting as she waved her staff. A deep blue magic array suddenly appeared above the mutated dragon. A gigantic ice spear then emerged from the array and descended on the mutant. Tier 1 Curse, Frozen Earth. When the ice spear struck, not only did it inflict over -7,000 damage, but it also encased the dragon's 4 limbs in a layer of frost, restricting it. Despite the mutated dragon breaking free from the layer of ice, the ice reformed instantly. Moreover, each time the dragon struggled free, it wasted a lot of time to do so. As a result, the mutated dragon's reactions were somewhat delayed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng launched one attack after another. With an absolute MT like Feng pinning down the mutated dragon, the other team members began to launch a fierce assault. As a result, the mutated dragon's HP fell rapidly. 4,500,000. 4,000,000. 3,000,000. 1,000,000. When the mutated dragon had less than 500,000 HP remaining, Feng activated Divine Providence and used the Tier 2 Taboo skill Instant Strike. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the mutated dragon. Over a dozen consecutive slashes bloomed over the mutated dragon's heart. The mutated dragon's HP hit rock bottom instantly, falling to the ground with a loud boom. Over a dozen shining items dropped around its humongous body. Suddenly, a golden glow surrounded Feng's body as he reached level 42. Chapter 881, 3-Star Promotion Order. As the golden glow engulfed Feng's body, the rest of the team experienced the glow as well. Some even experienced the phenomenon twice, their levels launching from 40 to 42. The bountiful EXP that the mutated dragon had provided stunned them all. Even at their level, the mutated dragon had awarded them enough EXP to level up at least once. They had just saved several days of effort. Success! We won! Everyone cheered as they looked at the motionless mutated dragon. The mutant had been far stronger than any monster they had faced before. They shouldn't have survived it at their level, yet they had defeated it. Although they had relied on Feng's strength, they were excited. Some of their excitement was also due to the system notification they received after the dragon had died. System, congratulations! You have received the Dragon Slayer title. Wielder of this title will gain a 10% increase to their humanity reputation. Although this title did not affect their combat power, many players dreamed of the buff it provided. In God's domain, humanity reputation was crucial. Aside from the fact that one needed a certain amount of reputation to purchase land and housing, higher reputation allowed players to enjoy discounts when repairing or purchasing items in NPC cities. After reaching the highest achievable reputation, one could even enjoy a 40% discount. Although players were discovering more methods of earning coins, players still needed more. Aside from purchasing consumables and some luxury items, such as delicious food, most of a player's money went to repair fees. Moreover, as players equipped higher quality and leveled equipment, the repair fees increased. With a 40% discount in cities, a player could save a large sum of money. Moreover, as players gained more levels, raising one's reputation in a single city would not be enough. Many high-resource leveling spots were quite far from starting cities, traveling back and forth was inconvenient. If a player wanted to level up quickly, they needed to have high reputation in multiple cities. However, reputation was not easy to obtain. Even until now, players still had headaches over gaining reputation in their respective cities. Now that these players had the Dragon Slayer title, they wouldn't have to put in as much effort. It was especially true for independent players. However, the team was more interested in the mutated dragon's loot. The mutated dragon had dropped over 10 items. Needless to say, such a powerful monster's loot would be astounding. It would not surprise any of them if it even dropped an epic item. Watching Feng collect the items, one after another, they nearly drooled. However, White Knight had promised Xiaofan that he could claim all of the drops. Hence, they could only watch enviously. Look, is that an epic weapon? Crap. Look at that magic scroll. It can concentrate mana naturally. It should be a tier 3 scroll at the very least, right? That design is huge. Although these players realized that the items belonged to Xiaofan, they still wanted to know what they were. As Xiaofan picked up the scattered coins and items, he noticed a purple gold, diamond-shaped token. A single word had been engraved on this token. Promotion. As expected of a dragon, its loot is awesome. Xiaofan tried to calm his excited heart as he looked at the token. If not for White Knight and the others' presence, he would have laughed like a maniac. This promotion order was no ordinary promotion order, it was a shop promotion order. Moreover, it wasn't a 2-star shop promotion order, but a 3-star shop promotion order. In God's domain, even 2-star shop promotion orders were extremely difficult to obtain. Throughout Star Moon Kingdom and its neighboring kingdoms, no other trading firm, aside from the Candlelight Trading Firm, possessed a 2-star shop. Only the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the Black Dragon Empire had a 2-star shop. Moreover, the Super First-Rate Guild had only obtained it a few days ago. Current players had no hopes of getting their hands on a 3-star shop. To obtain one, players would need to kill a relatively high-leveled, high-tiered field boss, open a high-rank treasure chest, or complete the challenge quest. Obtaining a 3-star shop promotion order from a field boss was unrealistic, as only level 50 or higher tier 4 field bosses had a chance of dropping them. As for treasure chests, the promotion order would only appear in dark gold treasure chests found in level 50 or above maps. As for the challenge quest, its difficulty approached that of a legendary quest. The money required just to accept the quest would send cold shivers down the spine of any large guild in God's domain. Take the 2-star shop in the Black Dragon Empire for example. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had accepted the challenge quest to promote that shop. However, the Super First-Rate Guild had challenged the quest 3 times before it succeeded, and each challenge had cost 6,000 gold. Ordinary guilds could not afford that right now. Only Super First-Rate Guilds and Super Guilds might have enough to take on the challenge quest. Although promoting a shop to 3-star status was exceedingly difficult, any guild that could afford the fee would make an attempt. After all, there was a qualitative difference between a 3-star shop and a 2-star shop. The greatest difference was that, when a shop reached 3-star status, its 1-star shops could be promoted to 2-star status. This one aspect was more than enough to throw the various large guilds into a frenzy. Aside from this, a 3-star shop offered far more functions than a 2-star shop. After reaching 2-star status, a shop would gain access to the special workshops. At 3-star status, a shop would gain access to the basic meditation room. As the name suggested, the meditation room was a space that allowed players to process their thoughts. Moreover, due to the dense mana inside the meditation room, players could maintain a clear state of mind, allowing them to better exert their abilities. The special workshop, on the other hand, only altered the environment to adjust one's mood. Of course, the meditation room also offered every function a special workshop possessed, allowing a player to alter the room's environment. This was the main reason why the various lifestyle masters in the past had surged towards high-star ranking shops. A positive work environment was crucial to lifestyle players. However, there were 2 downsides to the basic meditation room in 3-star shops. The first was the cost. To maintain the mana density inside the room, one needed to spend a lot of magic crystals. Maintaining the mana density for a day cost a total of 300 magic crystals. The price of a single magic crystal had already reached 25 silver. A total of 300 crystals was the equivalent of 75 gold coins. Hence, meditation rooms were only used to produce high-valued items. The second drawback was its scarcity. At 3-star status, a shop could only offer 3 basic meditation rooms. For an establishment like the Candlelight Trading Firm, that was far from enough to satisfy its advanced lifestyle players. Forget it. It's better to not have one at all. Melancholic can worry about it later. Feng chuckled. He then stored the promotion order. Currently, he was eager to return to White River City and promote the Candlelight Trading Firm there to 3-star status. Among the many items that had dropped, there were also 2 Tier 3 magic scrolls, 4 bottles of exotic potions, and 3 forging designs. The rest were weapons and equipment. Among these items, the most valuable, outside of the promotion order, were the 2 epic items. One was a scale-covered shield, engraved with divine runes, while the other was an aqua robe. Chapter 882, Uncrowned Sword King. The guild's MTs are quite lucky this time. Feng smiled at the scaled shield covered in divine runes. A shield was an integral part of an MT's equipment. A good shield could elevate an MT's strength significantly. On the market, MT's shields were always the most expensive equipment. They were worth at least double that of a weapon of the same rank and level. Dragon Scale Shield, Epic Rank. Level 40, Level 100. Equipment Requirement, Strength 600. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Defense plus 4020, Level 40. Block Rate, 39%. Strength plus 84, Endurance plus 107. Magic Resistance plus 20. Defend Skill plus 2 levels. When equipped, Strength and Endurance increased by 10%. All skills plus 1 level. Ignore levels plus 10. Additional skill. Dragon Scale Body, forms an energy shield around the user's body, increasing defense by 200%, HP by 300%, and recovery ability by 500% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Additional passive skill 1. Sturdy, halves received impact and reduced damage received from the front by 15%. Additional passive skill 2. Lightweight, increases shield movement by 20%. The epic ranked purification robes also had high attributes. However, it was far less valuable than the dragon scale shield. As for the other pieces of equipment he had obtained, they were either level 50 dark gold equipment or fine gold equipment. It was still too soon for current players to equip them. This should be White Knight's quest item. After Feng tidied up the dropped equipment, he discovered a glass bottle. The bottle contained a black liquid. It was none other than the mutated dragon's original form. Although the bottle did not have a label, its introduction stated that it was a specimen of a mutated life. Other than that, there was no information. After considering the matter, Feng handed the bottle to White Knight. This is, after White Knight saw the glass bottle, surprise colored his expression. Take it. Even if I keep it, I can't use it. Feng laughed. The mutant specimen was useless to him. On the contrary, if he gave it to White Knight, he could earn a favor from the ranger. If he came across any trouble in the future, he could even ask for White Knight's help. Thank you. If you encounter any issues in the future, just say the word. I'll help out to the best of my abilities. White Knight accepted the glass bottle without hesitation. The item was simply too important. Without it, he would fail his quest. If that happened, his account would be crippled. He would have to spend a long time to regain his strength. Would it be convenient for you to reveal your name, sir? We can add each other as friends so that we can contact each other easily in the future. Hearing White Knight's logic, the other owl members' jaws dropped. Since he had joined God's domain, White Knight had never added anyone as a friend. Various big shots from super guilds were no exception. Ah, right. I haven't introduced myself. Feng took off his black cloak and revealed his black flame appearance. My name is Black Flame. After Feng revealed himself, every witness fell silent. They stared at Feng's face. Feng looked to be in his 30s. He had a firm face with faint stars flashing in his eyes. His aura felt so profound that those around him felt oddly drawn to him. You are Zero-Wing Sword King, Black Flame? Frozen Dream's delicate face revealed her disbelief. God's Domain's players often discussed the God's Domain experts list. Practically everyone was familiar with the great deeds of the list's various experts. The name Black Flame was a particularly hot topic. Black Flame's rise had been intensely fast. The secret pavilion had even given him the title, Sword King. How high had his evaluation been to become the king among swordsmen? When the secret pavilion had updated their experts list, many swordsman experts had complained about the pavilion's decision. Even Owl's many swordsmen had been dissatisfied, declaring that they would challenge Black Flame to teach him a lesson. Now, however, it would seem that the title of Sword King had not been an exaggeration. They even wondered if Black Flame's rank on the God's Domain experts list was a little too low. The strength Black Flame had just displayed had far surpassed the secret pavilion's evaluation. Even some of the swordsmen, who had previously intended to challenge Black Flame, were dumbfounded. Strong Slash, didn't you say that you wanted to challenge Black Flame? This is your chance. A few of the Owl members teased their companion, grinning at a youth in silver light armor. In terms of strength, Strong Slash ranked 15th among their adventurer team. Although his battle records weren't necessarily stunning, he was undefeated in their home city's underground arena. He had already won 99 battles with a perfect winning streak. His defeated opponents even included large guilds' well-known experts. Back when Strong Slash had declared that he would challenge Black Flame and defeat him, nobody had doubted the youth's words. After all, Strong Slash's combat standards had reached the second stage of the realms of refinement, the flowing water realm. With his skills and equipment, it was not impossible to contend with a Void Realm expert. I said, in the future, not now. Strong Slash rolled his eyes at his laughing companions. If he challenged Black Flame, someone who had just stood against the mutated dragon and won, it would not even be a fight. It would be a miracle if he survived even one of the Sword King's attacks. The players laughed and they heard Strong Slash's response. My name is White Knight, the leader of an adventurer team. Guild leader Black Flame, if you need help with anything in the future, just call me. White Knight had also begun to size up Feng, shock filling his heart. Only now did he understand why Zero-Wing had risen to power so quickly and had grown strong enough to challenge God's Domain's major powers. With such a powerful leader, what did Zero-Wing need to fear? Following which, White Knight and Feng added each other as friends. Since team leader White has said as much, I happen to have something that I need your help with in 1 or 2 days. After giving it some thought, Feng continued, recently, our guild has tried to raid a certain area, and we urgently need experts. We need roughly 30 players. Favors should not go to waste. It was wise to use them frequently to increase a bond between two parties. Moreover, he required the help of a group of experts to raid the holy city of Titan's entrance trial. His strength alone was not enough to pass the trial. All right. When the time comes, just say the word. I'll lead a team over. White Knight did not hesitate to agree. On the contrary, Feng could see anticipation in his eyes. A place that even Black Flame had trouble raiding. It must be immensely difficult. Moreover, he really wished to experience Black Flame's world. After both sides agreed, White Knight led his team, departing from the valley. Feng, on the other hand, approached the silver dragon that had stood by the side all this time. Young hero, thank you for accomplishing my long-cherished dream. At this moment, the silver dragon appeared extremely weak. Even speaking seemed laborious. I only did what needed to be done, Feng politely replied. The silver dragon then took out a flashing, golden magic scroll and said to Feng, "This magic scroll will take you to the shrine where the stone tablet sleeps. However, the shrine is very dangerous. With just your current strength, you will not survive. It is best if you go there only after you have achieved your Tier 2 class. At that time, you will have somewhat higher chances of obtaining the stone tablet." Saying so, the silver dragon handed Feng the magic scroll. It then flapped its wings and left the valley. Before Feng could examine the golden magic scroll, a system announcement reached his ears. System announcement, system upgrading. Please prepare to log out. The estimated duration is 40 hours. System, you have 10 minutes remaining to log out. Please prepare to log out. Chapter 883, New System. Feng was momentarily stunned when he heard the system announcement. Isn't the fourth evolution happening a little too soon? Feng frowned deeply. This was not good news for God's Domain's players. Every evolution the main God system underwent increased the realism and difficulty of the fights against monsters. Moreover, this was the first time Feng had seen a system upgrade require 40 hours. Generally, system upgrades only lasted from 12 to 24 hours. Even in the past, none of the upgrades had needed more than 24 hours to complete. However, Feng did not have time to consider the situation. He only had 10 minutes left to log out of the game. He needed to find a safe location quickly. After the mutated dragon's death, the dark sanctuary over the valley had begun to dissipate. Either due to the silver dragon's absence or some other reason, many monsters began to appear in the previously scarcely populated valley. Moreover, these were not low-leveled monsters. The lowest among them was level 30, while some were even level 45. Among them, there was no lack of elite monsters. To current players, monsters of this level were still dangerous opponents. Finally, after finding a stream without nearby monsters, Feng logged off. The morning sun shone brightly. Suddenly, the virtual gaming cabin in the room opened, and Feng climbed out. Compared to when Feng had first entered God's domain in this life, he was much stronger and more muscular. He had also grown slightly taller. In addition, his aura had changed tremendously. He gave off a calm and comfortable aura, which attracted others. Since this system upgrade will be so long, God's domain must be chaotic right now. Feng smiled. He then instructed the AI housekeeper to turn on the television. Just as Feng had predicted. Many television programs were already covering God's domain system upgrade. After a period of development, God's domain's influence on the real world had gradually expanded. In addition, the mass production of God's domain's virtual reality helmets had begun, which resulted in the helmet's continuous price drop. Now, more and more people could enjoy God's domain. Gradually, God's domain had become a big part of most people's lives. Moreover, the game's advertising had grown, with the game's biggest selling point being the various lifestyles and entertainment it offered, in addition to its ability to extend one's lifespan. Although technology constantly improved, there was still a limit to how much it could extend a human life. Meanwhile, God's domain could indirectly extend the human lifespan, allowing everyone to enjoy nearly double their natural life expectancy. This alone attracted many people. Furthermore, the game played a medicinal role. The current technology in the field of medicine had reached a very high level, and most diseases could be cured. Unfortunately, even now, disabilities remained unconquered. However, upon entering God's domain, blindness, deafness, or amputation did not matter, these people could live an ordinary life. As Feng understood it, after widespread promotion, many ill people had joined God's domain. Many of them even refused to leave the game world. The following report regards God's domain's latest change. The game's official developers have expressed their sincerest apologies regarding players' dissatisfaction with the latest system upgrade. They have also explained why this upgrade requires so much time. There are two main reasons for this. The first reason is that the main God system has collected sufficient data and can undergo another system upgrade. The inclusion of the mind space system is the second reason. This system will attract even more people to this virtual reality game in the future, turning it into a true second world. When the reporter mentioned this, Feng was taken aback. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Didn't this new system only launch 2 years after God's Domain's release? Feng glared at the holographic screen's message. The mind space system was also known as the Realm of God. In the past, during God's Domain's first year, the game had been very popular. However, its influence on the real world had been limited. The most the game had achieved was the expansion of the virtual gaming industry's influence on the real world, growing from a niche industry to a household concept. However, the Realm of God's appearance had pushed God's Domain to its peak as an industry. Due to the Realm of God, any God's Domain player could create their own virtual space. If players did not want to play the game, they could enter their virtual spaces for some rest and entertainment. While in a private space, they could adjust the environment to their liking. However, the more realistic the environment and the larger the space was, the more resources one needed to pay. One could even go as far as adjusting the flow of time inside their personal space. As far as Feng knew, one could adjust the flow up to 10 times that of natural time. In other words, 10 days in one's personal space was the equivalent of a single day in the real world. Hence, theoretically, it was possible to extend one's lifespan by up to 10 times. Meanwhile, while in one's personal space, a player's body would remain at its peak health. Age would not limit their enjoyment. Due to this reason, God's Domain had become irreplaceable in the real world. Countless people had gone crazy over this new system. To enjoy longer lifespans, some wealthy tycoons had even paid an exorbitant price to construct their own space. God's Domain had truly raked in the money once it released the Realm of God. In Feng's previous life, he, too, had set up his own space and often invited his friends for get-togethers. However, Feng's space had been quite average. He had only increased the time flow by 4, and the space had only been roughly as large as a football field. Even so, he had earned the envy of many ordinary experts. Constructing a personal space was not as simple as establishing a guild residence, where one only needed to purchase a plot of land and invest some coins. To construct a personal virtual space, one needed memory. Players could not simply construct a personal space because they desired it. Sustaining a personal space placed a heavy burden on the system. The more luxurious and spacious the space was, the more memory its support required. In God's Domain, memory had a different, well-known name. Mana. Constructing a personal space required mana. However, it required more than just a little. Players could not use the low-quality mana from magic crystals. Rather, one needed 7 luminaries crystals. However, 7 luminaries crystals were insanely rare in God's Domain. This was clear just by looking at Star Moon Kingdom. Throughout Star Moon Kingdom, one could only find 7 luminaries crystal in the capital. Furthermore, 7 luminaries crystals were astonishingly expensive. An ordinary expert could only look on, powerless, with their measly finances. If an ordinary player got their hands on a few, selling them, they could live the rest of their lives without any concern for money. This was why Feng had been so excited when he had reached the Forgotten Lands and encountered the 7 Luminaries Mountain in the God's Grave. Unfortunately, his strength had been limited. He hadn't been able to leave that area with a single, small chunk. After the news report regarding God's Domain ended, Feng ate a casual meal. He intended to check on the newcomers Lei Bao had been training during this time. Zero Wing could not compare to super guilds, where the latter had a perfect expert nurturing system and no shortage of talents. Fortunately, Zero Wing now had the Big Dipper Training Center to support it, providing an excellent training environment. Feng had a few of Zero Wing's newcomers sign a series of agreements and directed them here to undergo special training. They were the experts that Zero Wing nurtured internally. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's funds were limited. It could not afford to train enough newcomers. To a large guild like Zero Wing, these few were like a drop in the bucket. Feng's female assistant, Liang Jing, suddenly called him and reported, "Master Feng, a gentleman named Yuan Tiexin has arrived, looking for you. He claims to be an acquaintance of yours. Do you wish to meet him? He sure moves quickly." Feng smiled faintly. "Have him wait for me in the main hall's reception room. I'll head over right away." Chapter 884, Empress Purple Jade. The mind-space system's sudden launch in God's domain had massively impacted the real world. Feng could clearly remember that, when this system had launched in his previous life, the world had gone crazy over it. Before the new system had been revealed, very few major corporations and financial groups had been willing to invest into God's domain. Most only wanted to observe. Take the Big Dipper Training Center for example. Although the corporation's higher-ups had known about God's domain, none of them had paid particular attention to the game. Instead, they had focused on developing the training center itself. The other corporations within the city shared similar thoughts. After all, without any clear signs of profit, who would recklessly invest in the game? However, when the new system had been implemented, these individuals could no longer resist. Every one of these corporations had invested into God's domain, hoping to get a share of the pie. Due to these people, the cost of coins had undergone massive inflation. Feng had even earned a small fortune by taking advantage of the price increases. Considering the situation, Feng immediately called Melancholic Smile and Aqua Rose, instructing them to start purchasing large sums of coins as soon as they could log back into God's domain. The more coins they amassed now, the more profit they could earn in the future. Inside Big Dipper Training Center's reception room, a middle-aged man lounged on a sofa made of soft, white tiger leather. On either side of him stood a man and a woman. Both this man and woman only looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. However, they both carried a martial artist's aura. "Uncle Yuan, this Feng fellow is too arrogant. He has made us wait for so long. Even Big Dipper's director wouldn't dare to neglect us like this," the young man wearing blue, martial arts robes said impatiently, frowning deeply. Although the secret pavilion was different from super guilds, it still had significant influence in the real world. Moreover, the pavilion had recently agreed to collaborate with a few international corporations, elevating its status. Every single corporation within this city would be more than eager to gain the pavilion's favor. Yet, even after venturing this far for a personal visit, not only had Feng not welcomed them himself, but even after over 10 minutes, Feng was nowhere to be seen. He wasn't taking them seriously. "We're not in a rush. In any case, he hasn't refused to meet us," Yuan Tiexin said, chuckling. "Moreover, we are the ones who want to collaborate with Zero Wing. A small wait doesn't matter. You are still too brash. This is why the guild leader told you to temper yourself. You should learn from Wenhua." At Yuan Tiexin's words, the male youth turned to the beautiful woman standing on the other side of Yuan Tiexin, falling silent. He wasn't qualified to respond. There were 3 great geniuses among the experts the secret pavilion nurtured internally. The most popular among the 3 was Cold Autumn, as he had broken through the half-step refinement realm at such a young age and had officially entered the refinement realm. Wenhua, who had joined a little before Cold Autumn, followed closely behind. Even the secret pavilion's old monsters repeated praised Wenhua's combat talents. They all concluded that her chances of reaching the domain realm were quite high. People like them constantly pursued the domain realm. However, entering the refinement realm was already extremely difficult, not to mention reaching the domain realm. Those who did so were incredibly rare, even in super guilds. The fact that these old monsters' evaluation had been so high spoke volumes about their high opinions of Wenhua. If the young man attempted to compare himself to Wenhua, the difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. He simply could not hold a candle to her. As Yuan Tiexin finished speaking, Feng walked into the reception room with Liang Jing. "I apologize that I've made you wait," Feng said as he sat across from Yuan Tiexin. When he glanced at the man and woman beside Yuan Tiexin, he was momentarily surprised, though he did not reveal it. Feng recognized the great beauty beside Yuan Tiexin. Empress Purple Jade. Although her appearance was slightly different from her game avatar, the difference was minor. However, she still looked very young and immature. The arrogant aura that she had possessed in the past was also absent. Feng was familiar with Purple Jade because he had learned void steps from her. He had lost count just how many times he had watched her battle videos. Even if her physical appearance was slightly different, he still recognized her with a glance. Why is she here? Feng wondered. As Feng understood it, Purple Jade was one of the secret pavilion's 3 great geniuses. The pavilion's upper echelons had favored her, and her status within the pavilion had been on par with the guild elders. To put it bluntly, her position was not any lower than Yuan Tiexin's. Why did the secret pavilion allow such a gem to come here? Moreover, she stood by the side as if she were a bodyguard. Although Feng had hidden his observation, it had not escaped the notice of an old fox like Yuan Tiexin. Noticing Feng's reaction to Wenhua, Yuan Tiexin's mouth hooked up into a smile. Their guild leader had sent Wenhua for the sole purpose of shocking Zero Wing. Recently, Zero Wing had gained too much momentum. Not only was the guild rapidly developing, but the guild's performance in the dark arena had also been stunning. Zero Wing did not appear to fear any guild. If the secret pavilion wished to collaborate with Zero Wing, they had to slow Zero Wing's progress, teaching the upstart guild that entities such as themselves were not as simple as they appeared. By doing so, they would have an easier time negotiating. However, Feng's perception had surprised Yuan Tiexin somewhat. He had not expected the youth to notice Wenhua's strength so quickly. "May I know what business you wish to discuss with me?" Feng asked after recovering from his surprise. "Didn't I tell you that the secret pavilion views Zero Wing favorably? To put it simply, I've come here seeking cooperation. Hence, I'd like to ask you to introduce us to guild leader Black Flame, or one of the guild's upper echelons who has the authority to approve such decisions," Yuan Tiexin slowly explained. "Seeking cooperation?" Feng continued, asking, "Excellent. What kind of cooperation does the secret pavilion have in mind?" "We are interested in cooperating with Zero Wing in secret. Can you make a decision like this? If not, don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong," the male youth snapped. Yuan Tiexin made no attempt to rebuke the youth's words, only watching the situation play out. It was no doubt that he agreed with the youth's words, thinking that Feng was just a busybody. Although Yuan Tiexin felt that Feng had great potential, qualifying to preside over the affairs of Zero Wing's workshop at such a young age, in the end, he was only a part of Zero Wing's middle management. He did not qualify to join discussions of cooperation between guilds. Fortunately, Feng did not allow the young man's tone to rile him. After all, to outsiders, he only appeared to be a member of the guild's management team. "I understand your concerns. However, I do possess the authority to make a decision on any matter of cooperation you wish to discuss. If you don't believe me, you can contact our guild leader in God's domain." Feng shook his head and laughed. Yuan Tiexin was slightly stunned by Feng's response. For a time, he was at a loss for words. Either Zero Wing was daring enough to use a new talent, or the guild had no one else for the job. Just how much faith must one possess to allow someone so new to God's domain to make such important guild decisions? The fact that Zero Wing had developed into its current state showed that the guild possessed a powerful background. Anyone that claimed otherwise was either lying or a blind fool. Generally, the various upper echelons of such a powerful organization would be, at least, in their 30s. Any exception was either a frightening talent or someone with a very powerful background. However, Yuan Tianxin had investigated Xiaofan thoroughly, and no matter how he looked at the results, Xiaofan was neither. "May I know your game ID?" Yuan Tianxin asked softly. Chapter 885, Guild Secret. When Yuan Tianxin had met Xiaofan for the first time, he had investigated the youth thoroughly. The results had surprised the old man. Xiaofan was just an ordinary person. Even when he joined God's domain, he had used a trial helmet. Yet, somehow, after entering God's domain, Xiaofan had risen to become one of Zero Wing Workshop's managers. Although Yuan Tianxin admitted that Xiaofan possessed some skill and fighting strength, he was too young. Hence, Xiaofang's claim had surprised him. "He is a core member of Zero Wing, huh?" Wenhua, who had remained cold and indifferent, shifted her gaze toward Xiaofan. She had never imagined that the currently flourishing Zero Wing would allow someone who was only a few years older than her to join the guild's top management. Initially, she had not wanted to take part in the negotiations. However, upon hearing that she might meet Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, she had agreed. She wanted to see just what the legendary Sword King Black Flame looked like. If possible, she might even find an opportunity to spar with the man. Now, however, she was disappointed. "My game ID?" Xiaofan laughed. He then said, "I am Feng in God's domain." "You're Feng?" Yuan Tianxin's expression immediately grew hard. He simply could not believe this. Hurriedly, he asked, "Are you really Zero Wing's Feng? The Feng that led the Azura battle team?" "Impossible. You're so young. How could you possibly be Feng?" Yuan Tianxin wasn't the only one surprised. The male youth and Wenhua's eyes both went wide with shock as they stared at the ordinary-looking man before them. The name Feng might not mean much to ordinary experts. They might not even know this name at all. However, among God's domain's major powers, almost everyone knew the name. This was particularly true for the Secret Pavilion, which was known for its information network. The Secret Pavilion had even created an exclusive database that collected information on Feng. Based on what they knew so far, although Feng looked young, no one believed it. No youth in his early 20s could reach the Void Realm. He should be at least 24 or 25. Even so, he was considered an extremely talented individual. God's domain's various major powers also suspected that Feng had been secretly nurtured by whatever major power stood behind Zero Wing. Otherwise, he never would have defeated the Battle Wolves Wolf King Sirius. Meanwhile, even now, Feng's identity was shrouded in mystery. They would never have dreamed that the Xiaofan before them was actually the Feng who had caused such a commotion among God's domain's major powers. "I'm young." Xiaofan scratched his head awkwardly as he glanced towards Wenhua. Wenhua was only 19 years old, while he approached 22 years old. Yet, she had called him young. "I didn't mean it that way. I just don't believe that you are Feng," Wenhua replied seriously, shaking her head. She was most proud of her age and strength. Within her age group, no one could stand, shoulder to shoulder, with her. She did not even take the pavilion's #1 genius seriously. However, if Xiaofan had truly defeated Sirius at such a young age, his talent was truly terrifying. Even she could not afford to take him lightly. Hearing Wenhua's honesty, Xiaofan was momentarily at a loss for words. It had never crossed his mind that they would refuse to believe him even when he revealed the truth. If he told them that he was also Black Flame, they would, most likely, deem him a con artist. I'm truly sorry for Wen Hua's rude behavior, Yuan Tiexin apologized as he tugged Wen Hua's sleeve and sent the girl a glance. He then returned his gaze to Feng, smiling as he said, I have come here representing our guild leader, and we would like to keep the subjects of our talks absolutely secret, hence, Wen Hua has spoken out of hand. Since we've confirmed that there are no issues, let's discuss business. Although Wen Hua had fallen quiet, her interest in Feng grew. A passion-fighting spirit filled her eyes when they landed on Feng. He felt as if she would challenge him to a duel at any moment. If Wen Hua's past admirers could see this, they'd probably tear Feng apart. Understanding Yuan Tiexin's intentions, Feng looked towards Liang Jing and said, Liang Jing, head down for now. Liang Jing sighed helplessly as she left the room. Truth be told, she was very curious about who Yuan Tiexin and his companions were. Rather than fear or awe over Feng's identity as a martial arts master, the two youths had been shocked by his game ID. After watching Liang Jing leave the room, Yuan Tiexin adopted a serious tone as he said, You are aware that the various super guilds and super first-rate guilds in God's domain have their own expert training programs, correct? Emichim, I know a little about it. After selecting a few talented youths, these guilds have them sign an agreement and put them through a training regimen, helping them become peerless experts. Feng nodded. These powerful guilds' internal nurturing programs were no secret. However, the majority of virtual gaming guilds could not establish their own programs. You are correct. But, that is only on the surface. Regarding cost, many first-rate guilds could easily do the same, Yuan Tiexin said, smiling. You're saying that it is not a matter of funding? Feng was slightly surprised. As he understood it, one needed a specialized training venue and expert instructors to nurture expert players. In addition, one needed a large supply of advanced nutrient fluids. All of these aspects required money. Without sufficient capital, it was simply impossible to nurture a large number of experts. That's right, it's not an issue of capital. A simulated training system is far more important. This is a system that the various super guilds and super first-rate guilds have developed on their own. They have collected information on countless experts with this system, and with it, can allow their newcomers to spar with the simulations at any time. Think about it. Which has not had to experience countless life-threatening battles to reach their current status, a real martial artist or a virtual gaming expert. The main reason behind the Secret Pavilion's transcendental status in the virtual gaming world is our dabbling in the sales of information on various gaming experts, a practice that other guilds rarely implement. With this information, one can realistically reproduce these experts in their simulation training system. You understand now, right? No matter how much capital those first-rate guilds manage to obtain, as long as they do not possess the simulation training system, they can't progress, and they will never become true powerhouses in the virtual gaming world. I believe that you are aware that there are multiple first-rate guilds in the virtual gaming world that are even stronger than a few super first-rate guilds, yet they have failed to be recognized as super first-rate guilds themselves. The reason for this is their lack of a simulation training system. Yuan Tiexin's explanation had shocked Feng once more. At the same time, Feng now had answers to many of the issues he had faced before. Meanwhile, there is a defining difference between a super guild and a super first-rate guild. Chapter 886, Guild Legacy. Uncle Yuan, this is our guild's biggest secret. If you just reveal it, there will be consequences, right? Wen Hua warned, shocked by Yuan Tiexin's decision. To ordinary guilds and independent players, the simulation training system was a major secret. However, first-rate guilds who wished to further themselves already knew this. As for the difference between super first-rate guilds and super guilds, only super guilds and several transcendental powers knew the truth. Even super first-rate guilds had no clue, as these guilds assumed that the difference lay in overall strength accumulated over the years. Don't worry about it. In any case, it impacts our cooperation. Yuan Tianxin waved his hand, signaling that there was nothing wrong with revealing the truth. Feng was at a loss for words. This was the first he had ever heard of such things. He had never thought that there was actually such a defining difference between first-rate guilds and super first-rate guilds. Moreover, there was an unknown difference between super first-rate guilds and super guilds. It would seem that these colossal organizations had not remained standing over so many years for no reason. All this time, Feng had assumed that the difference between guilds only lie in their member and expert count. Now, however, it would seem that there was more to the story. The main reason why super first-rate guilds fail to gain recognition as super guilds is insufficient guild legacy completion rate, Yuan Tianxin said, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes as he mentioned guild legacy completion rate. Guild legacy? Feng drew a blank. This was the first time he had heard this term. It's expected that you do not know of it. Yuan Tianxin then explained slowly, saying, I previously mentioned the simulation training system. However, there are also differences between each guild's simulation training system. Although the information super first-rate guilds training systems collect is nearly the same that super guilds collect, super guilds training systems possess complete legacies that can help players reach the domain realm. Super first-rate guilds' legacies, on the other hand, are incomplete and can only help one reach the void realm. This makes it extremely difficult for the top-tier experts in super first-rate guilds to cross that final threshold. That is why there are so few experts capable of reaching the domain realm in super first-rate guilds. Feng suddenly came to a realization. The gap between a void realm expert and a domain realm expert was massive. Moreover, as players' levels increased, combat techniques became extremely important. It was especially true if one wanted to obtain top-tier equipment. The main god system would provide all sorts of trials, and these trials tested a player's strength. That's right. This is the biggest difference between super first-rate guilds and super guilds. Yuan Tianxin nodded. He then added softly, after many years of gathering information and working to improve ourselves, the secret pavilion has finally completed our guild legacy. As an upstart guild, Zero Wing's background is too shallow. It lacks the resources to nurture experts efficiently. Zero Wing doesn't have a chance of competing with super first-rate guilds, much less super guilds. Moreover, even if Zero Wing successfully established its own simulation training system, its operation is very costly. It requires the latest high-level energy. I believe that you understand just how difficult it is to collect high-level energy. Like the S-rank nutrient fluid, one cannot purchase it with money alone. The secret pavilion is trying to expand and requires a large number of talented players. We believe that Zero Wing has great potential, and we have decided to invest in Zero Wing. In exchange for 50% of Zero Wing's shares, not only will we supply significant funding, but we will also offer various support using the secret pavilion's connections. This will allow Zero Wing to rise instantly and significantly. Furthermore, we will provide 20 slots for our training system. Your guild wouldn't need to create its own system, Yuan Tianxin explained temptingly. You might not think that 20 slots are a lot, but the secret pavilion has also invested in other large guilds. Even for first-rate guilds, we only provide 10. The male youth beside Yuan Tianxin was shocked and he heard the offer include 20 slots. His performance in the secret pavilion was already quite impressive. Even so, he had barely earned a slot for himself. Currently, the secret pavilion only had 300 or so slots for its simulation training system. It did not have enough resources to sustain any more than that, yet, they were actually offering 20 slots to Zero Wing. This proved that the pavilion's upper echelons were highly optimistic about Zero Wing's potential. The secret pavilion is really going all out. It's actually willing to offer so many generous benefits. Although Feng did not fully understand the significance of these 20 slots, seeing Hua's and the male youth's reactions, it was obvious that these slots were extremely valuable. However, he had his own plans. I apologize, but Zero Wing rejects your offer. Rejects? Why? Yuan Tiexin unconsciously rose from his seat. Even first-rate guilds hunger for an offer like this. Moreover, the secret pavilion is only asking for 50% of Zero Wing's shares. We will not involve ourselves in Zero Wing's management or development. As long as Zero Wing obtains these 20 slots, with the potential the experts in your guild, it should not be long before they reach the refinement realm. At that time, you will have the foundation to expand to other countries. Zero Wing might even become a super first-rate guild in the future. 50% of Zero Wing's shares is simply too high, Feng responded as he shook his head. However, I am very interested in your simulation training system. I would like to buy a few slots. Is that possible? The secret pavilion's price was indeed tempting. However, Feng was very familiar with just how frightening major powers like the secret pavilion could be. With even 30%, the secret pavilion could take control of Zero Wing in the future. The only way Feng could accept this offer was if the secret pavilion offered a portion of its own shares in exchange. However, this was clearly not possible. Hence, Feng did not bother asking. You want to buy a few slots? Yuan Tiexin shook his head, laughing. Kid, you're taking the training slots too lightly. Do you know how intense the competition for the training slots is within the secret pavilion? We don't even have enough slots to satiate our own members, much less sell them to other guilds. How can we possibly sell any slots to Zero Wing? What if I offer a high price? Feng laughed. A high price? Are you talking about epic items? Yuan Tiexin's smile grew even brighter when he heard Feng's comment. Feng, you know that, at the end of the day, weapons and equipment are external components. Even if epic items are quite rare, they are not nearly as important as training slots to the secret pavilion. What if I offer a large stock of strengthening devices and bronze mounts? Confidently, Feng said, I believe that you have already heard about the mind space system on the news. I suspect that you know the value of this system. This system is one of the driving forces behind major corporations' investment into God's domain. If the secret pavilion obtains a large stock of strengthening devices and bronze mounts, it will surely gain an advantage over the various super guilds. Chapter 887, Black Card. Are you serious? Yuan Tiexin was visibly moved. The strengthening device had only appeared on the market recently, and there were still very few available. Not only could it extend a player's time in combat, but it could also help players save meaningless travel time and some repair fees. Various large guilds were also hungering after bronze mounts. Unfortunately, obtaining a bronze mount was immensely difficult, even the secret pavilion only had a few thus far. By the time the guild members reached level 40, most of the guild's experts would only have common mounts. One should not underestimate the difference between a bronze and a common mount. Although a bronze mount was only slightly faster than a common mount, the former could assist players in battle. It could significantly impact a player's combat capabilities in the field. As for guild mounts, various super guilds already had a massive headache over obtaining the stable design, much less taming a mount. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's guild mount was one of the major reasons for the secret pavilion's optimistic view of the guild. Zero Wing's advantage would surface as God's Domain's players reached level 40. With the secret pavilion's resources, Zero Wing could quickly expand into the several surrounding countries and stand to rival super first-rate guilds. Without its potential, the secret pavilion would not have approached an upstart guild with no background with such a generous offer. Of course. I'm just not sure if the secret pavilion is interested, Xiaofan said, laughing. It seems I have underestimated Zero Wing once again. I had not imagined you had such a card. Yuan Tianxin scratched his head awkwardly. If Xiaofan had offered anything else, the secret pavilion would have undoubtedly rejected the offer. There would be no rooms for negotiation whatsoever. However, the pavilion was interested in the strengthening devices and bronze mounts. I'll need to consult with our guild leader. Sure. Xiaofan understood that Yuan Tianxin did not yet qualify to make such important decisions. Yuan Tianxin left the reception room alone, returning after 15 minutes or so. His gaze, which had been hesitant, was now firm. I've contacted our guild leader about this. We will provide 5 training slots. However, you need to give us 100 bronze mounts and 10,000 strengthening devices in return. There is no room for negotiations on this, Yuan Tianxin said in determination. You guys sure are asking for a lot. It's not a guarantee that we will be able to nurture 5 domain realm experts. Xiaofan frowned slightly. Although the simulation training system was valuable, it was not that valuable. Based on the current market price, a bronze mount was worth roughly 300 gold. However, while there was a demand for bronze mounts, their supply was practically non-existent. Nobody would truly sell a bronze mount. Even if one offered 500 gold, one might not find a seller. After all, they were simply too rare, even rivaling epic items. Yet, the secret pavilion wanted 100 bronze mounts. Even with a conservative calculation, the total value would be at least 50,000 gold. As for the strengthening devices, based on current market value, 10,000 devices was worth roughly 100,000 gold. All in all, the secret pavilion was asking for 150,000 gold. Even to first-rate guilds, 150,000 gold was astronomical. Even if the secret pavilion were a transcendental power, this sum was massive. It would take the pavilion several days to gather so much money. Moreover, even if one had 150,000 gold, purchasing so many mounts and strengthening devices was impossible, yet the secret pavilion had asked for exactly that in exchange for only 5 training slots. They were essentially asking Zero Wing to foot the bill for their members' training. There are only so many training slots available each year. The few we have aren't even enough for our own use. Even I am surprised that our guild leader has agreed to sell any. Yuan Tianxin spread his hands in a helpless gesture, showing that this was not his will either. It's not that Zero Wing doesn't have these resources, I just want 10 slots. Uncle Yuan, you understand that, now that the mind space system has launched, this is the best opportunity to gather as many advantages as possible. If you don't take the opportunity to do so now, it will be far more difficult in the future. Yuan Tianxin's response had not angered Xiaofan. Chuckling, he continued, moreover, these 10 slots don't really matter to the secret pavilion. Even with the 10 slots, you aren't guaranteed to nurture more refinement realm experts. It is even more unlikely that you will successfully nurture a monster with a domain. On the other hand, by losing these 10 slots, the secret pavilion will have a head start over the other major powers. It will also be easier in the future to attract major corporations' investments. Isn't that so? When she heard Shi Feng's logic, Wenhua shot him a contemptuous look. The man was speaking as if the training slots were worth nothing at all when, in fact, countless first-rate guilds yearned for an opportunity like this. How could anyone compare them to cabbages that one could buy on the street? Limited high-level energy sold annually. The money the secret pavilion spent to obtain what they needed each year was astronomical. However, Xiaofan paid no mind to Wenhua's gaze. He understood how much influence the mind-space system had on the world's major corporations. As long as the secret pavilion obtained a high-ranking personal space, it would not have to worry about attracting investors. If the chance to gain a head start presented itself, God's domain's major powers would fight over it like wolves. Yuan Tiexian was shocked when he heard Feng's words. He had never dreamed that Zero Wing had hidden its strength so deeply. Despite the secret pavilion having exhausted all of its resources to collect bronze mounts, they currently had less than 30. Yet, Zero Wing could offer 100 without hesitation, not to mention the highly sought-after strengthening devices. Originally, Yuan Tiexian had intended to refuse, attempting to force Feng into lowering his price. However, as he watched Feng get up from his seat and prepare to send them off, he quickly changed his words and continued, "I'll need to discuss this further with my guild leader." Yuan Tiexian had to admit that Feng had caught onto the secret pavilion's Achilles heel. Yuan Tiexian finally understood why Zero Wing had left its workshop's management to a youth like Feng. The boy was as cunning as an old fox. With no better choice, Yuan Tiexian left the room to contact his guild leader once more. After a lengthy period, Yuan Tiexian re-entered the room. Sighing, he looked at Feng and said, "Our guild leader has agreed to your demands. However, there is a condition. You need to give us the items within 5 days." "Impossible. Bronze mounts and strengthening devices aren't cabbage. I can only guarantee 10 bronze mounts and 2,000 strengthening devices within the first 5 days. You will receive the remaining items within 12 days. Feng shook his head. Currently, he did not even have 1 bronze mount. Manufacturing the bronze mounts required time. It was simply impossible to produce all 100 mounts in 5 days. However, after completing Titan City's entrance trial, in addition to the meditation rooms and special workshops, it should be possible to achieve that number within 12 days. Yuan Tiexian felt cheated by Feng. However, regret was pointless now. The bronze mounts and strengthening devices were simply too important. Fine, then. Let's establish a contract now. After both parties signed the contract, Yuan Tiexian placed 10 of the 20 black cards he had prepared beforehand on the table. These 10 login cards are proof of identification needed to log into the simulation training system. They are effective for 1 year. Take care of them. If you lose them, we cannot replace them. You can access the secret pavilion's latest training space through the virtual gaming cabin, Yuan Tiexian reminded. However, take note of one thing. It is best to prepare a few bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. The burden the various high-level battles in the training space have on the human body is no laughing matter. After saying so, Yuan Tiexian's party left the reception room, leaving only Feng and the 10 black cards in the room. As Feng stared at the black cards on the table, excitement welled up within him. After suppressing his emotions as much as he could, he called out for Liang Jing, who stood just outside the room, saying, "Liang Jing, call Fire Dance and the others here." Chapter 888, Simulation Training System. Outside the Greenwater Villa, a long, black hover car was quietly parked at the entrance. "Isn't this a limited edition Pioneer? It is so cool. I've heard that there are only 1,000 of these luxury sedans around the world. I never thought we would see one in our third-tier city. This is amazing. The Pioneer's fuel alone is extraordinary. It can't use any kind of normal fuel." Passers-by began to gawk and chat as they noticed the car in front of the villa. As they wondered what kind of powerful individual had arrived, Yuan Tiexian's group emerged from the automated door. Suddenly, a robust man, standing over 2 meters tall, rose out from the Pioneer. He was so naturally intimidating that everyone trembled involuntarily when they saw him. The robust man wore a black suit with a silver shield logo embroidered on his left lapel. The silver shield bore 3 stars. Everyone at the training center understood the fighting world. They immediately knew that the man before them was a fighting expert. A silver shield logo? Isn't that a bodyguard from the Guardian Group? Guardian Group? That's an international, first-rate security agency, isn't it? He seems to be a 3-star bodyguard. Even people from the city's top corporations can't hire one of them. Who are those people? As the passers-by watched in shock, the bodyguard respectfully opened the pioneer's door for Yuan Tiexin and his young companions. After Yuan Tiexin's group took their seats, the bodyguard returned to the front passenger seat. Following which, the roar of the pioneer's engine echoed throughout the area, stunning everyone present. Who are they? Why would such important individuals seek out Xiaofan? Liang Jing was confused and surprised as she watched Yuan Tiexin and his people depart. I'll have to let Director Xiao know about this. Not just anyone could hire the Guardian Group's bodyguards. Even the Big Dipper Corporation did not qualify to hire a 2-star bodyguard, only allowed to employ a 1-star bodyguard. Only major international corporations could afford 3-star bodyguards. Uncle Yuan, why did guild leader agree to give away 10 slots? Wen Hua asked. The price the Star Alliance offered us was only worth 10 slots. On the other hand, we gave Zero Wing the same without obtaining a sliver of its shares. This is the guild leader's will. As for the guild leader's thoughts, even I don't know. However, the items Xiaofan offered are extremely important to the secret pavilion. Yuan Tiexin then shook his head and continued, fortunately, we didn't lose too much if we help nurture Zero Wing's experts. We'll see even more interesting matches in the Dark Arena in the future. Interesting? Wen Hua chuckled. I recall that the Azura battle team's next opponent is the Evil Dragon battle team. Although there are a few experts in that team, overall, they are significantly weaker than the Glorious Lions battle team. Even if Xiaofan doesn't participate himself, the Azura battle team can win easily. Ha ha ha. Wen Hua, you're not seeing the big picture. If the latest system upgrade had not happened, the evil dragons would lose without a doubt. However, after the Mind Space System's launch, the various large guilds are rushing to gather money and resources. Naturally, they will not ignore the opportunity to make a fortune in the Dark Arena, Yuan Tiexin said meaningfully. But the evil dragons don't have backing from any super guilds. It will be difficult for them to present fighters on the same level as Zero Wing's experts. Wen Hua was very interested in the Azura battle team. Hence, she had investigated their next opponent, hoping for another exciting match. However, the outcome had disappointed her. I don't expect you to know. The corporation backing the evil dragons has hidden itself quite well. Even we only discovered it a few days ago, but it turns out that said corporation had invested in the Miracle Guild in secret. When it comes time for the Dark Arena match, the Miracle Guild will make its move. Winning will not be easy for the Azura battle team, Yuan Tiexin said, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. If the Azura battle team can force Miracle to display its true strength, the secret pavilion will benefit. The Miracle Guild? That Miracle Guild actually agreed to give away a portion of its shares? Wen Hua exclaimed in surprise. Although the Miracle Guild was not a super guild, it was in no way inferior. However, its guild legacy was incomplete. Hence, it had failed to become a super guild. However, it was still stronger than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, who could not yet rival super guilds. Haven't you wanted to witness Yi Feng's battles personally? This is a good opportunity to do so. Yuan Tiexin then handed Wen Hua a list of names. Mad Sword Miracle Dragon, who you've wanted to defeat, might even make a move. Shortly after Yuan Tiexin's group left, Xiaofan handed the black cards to Fire Dance and the others. Guild leader, what's this for? Fire Dance, who wore short-sleeved sportswear with her long hair draped over her shoulders, asked curiously. Fire Dance wasn't the only one curious about the black cards. Cola, Violet Cloud, Flying Shadow, Yi Wumian, Rampant Blade, and Blackie were also confused. This? This is a treasure, Feng laughed. Haven't you all wanted to strengthen your combat techniques? This can help you do so quickly. However, how much you actually learn will depend on you. Following which, Feng explained how to use the black cards and sent them to their rooms to try. The purpose behind the cards surprised them all. However, Feng's procurement of them surprised them more. Excitement overtook them as they looked at the black cards in their hands. They had yearned to improve their combat techniques. It was especially true after watching Fire Dance break through into the refinement realm. After everyone left, Feng quietly returned to his own room. To the secret pavilion, the 10 training slots might not be significant, but to Zero Wing, they were a timely blessing. Although the secret technique tablet could enable players to grasp profound combat techniques, which players could then utilize to improve their other combat techniques, the tablet's flaws were obvious. Players needed to learn to make intermediate magic arrays. This was achievable within a short time. Moreover, the tablet could only be used once a month. It was not nearly as efficient as the simulation training system. It was especially true for Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose, who possessed vast potential. They only lacked combat experience. If they could enter the simulation training system, even Feng could not imagine how much these girls would improve. Moreover, the simulation training system was useful to him personally. He was currently stuck at the Void Realm. He had no idea whatsoever how to take the next step. Fortunately, the simulation training system could guide one to the Domain Realm. Feng was satisfied with the cost he had paid due to this fact alone. On the surface, although it seemed as if he had paid a massive price for the black cards, that was limited to market price. Of course, the production cost for the bronze mounts and strengthening devices wasn't 1/10 of their market price. Throughout this time, he had also been training frantically in the real world. He had already pushed his body to its very limits and could not improve any further. Even Lei Bao had been surprised by his progress, looking at him as if he were a monster. Feng understood that his body was no longer a limiting factor. Only, he did not know what was. After all, he had never truly interacted with any of those old monsters and relied on himself to fumble and improve. After refilling the virtual gaming cabin's nutrition solution, Feng inserted the black card into the machine's card slot. He then lay in the cabin and launched the system connection, accessing the simulation training system. Chapter 889, Battle Points. After Feng closed his eyes, the system's mechanical notification sound rang by his ears. Password confirmed. Mental link is stable. All systems operational. Do you wish to log in? Log in. Once Feng silently agreed to the connection, darkness engulfed his surroundings, and he felt as if his body had fallen into a bottomless pit. In the next moment, however, Feng felt a weight on his body. The sound of galloping horses and carriages moving reached him. He also heard voices. This is God's domain? Feng was surprised when he opened his eyes. Western-style buildings rose up around him. Traffic covered the surrounding streets, and he could see many pedestrians wandering about wearing armor and carrying weapons. It felt as if he was in God's domain. The only difference Feng noticed was his current appearance. Rather than his usual armor, he wore commoner's linen clothing. He did not possess a single weapon. Physically, he appeared exactly as he did in reality. His system interface was also different. Although the method to call up the interface was the same, he only had options to log out, adjust the pane settings, and a clock that displayed real time. There was nothing else. Neither his HP bar nor name was displayed. Moreover, he felt very weak. In terms of the basic attributes of God's domain, Feng felt as if they were all set at roughly 100 points. These were the only differences from God's domain that he noticed. Look, another newbie has arrived. There sure are a lot of newbies these past few days. I heard that our secret pavilion has been implementing some major plan and has recently been annexing other guilds. The upper echelons must have promised training slots to those guilds in return. Ha! What a waste. We fight tooth and nail every day just for one slot. Aside from eating and sleeping, we spend all of our time training. These people, on the other hand, obtain a slot without any effort. They sure have it good. I know, right? The training system isn't easy to mingle in. These people are wasting their time and our resources by coming here. Several people sitting beneath a gazebo outside of a bar began chatted merrily as they watched Xiaofan. These people looked relatively young, only around 20 years old. However, they wore lavish clothing. Rather than linen, they donned exquisite silk clothing. As if they wanted Xiaofan to hear their conversation, these people did not bother to control their voices as they considered. Their tones were contemptuous when they spoke of players from other guilds such as Xiaofan. I wonder where Fire Dance and the others are. I should find them before we start researching this simulation training system. Xiaofan paid no attention to these people's belittling comments. However, he did feel a headache begin when he noticed that the training system lacked a communication function. Although this place seemed like a city in God's domain, it was much smaller. This place was roughly the size of a town. Xiaofan also noticed a massive fortress looming in the city's heart. He could probably see the very edges of the city from the top of that fortress. Just as Xiaofan was about to head to the fortress to investigate, a deep, heavy voice came from behind him. You have just arrived today, right? Xiaofan turned at this question, noticing three people, similarly dressed in linen clothing, approaching. The two men and one woman looked to be around 20 as well. Meanwhile, the person that had called out to him was a tall, powerful-looking man. The man smiled and gave off a friendly aura. That's right. Do you have some business with me? Xiaofan nodded. Hello, my name's Kong Haoran, and these two are my friends, Hua Zhengyang and Du Xian, the man named Kong Haoran introduced, smiling. Like yourself, we belong to other guilds and have recently arrived. We aren't like the people from the secret pavilion, who have been in here for over a month. As a newcomer, if you aren't careful, you might suffer. Suffer? Xiaofan grew curious. He then asked, isn't this place meant to gain combat experience and nurture techniques? In the beginning, we thought the same, Kong Haoran said, shaking his head. However, after being here for some time, you'll learn that things aren't as simple as the people from the secret pavilion made it out to be. You can't just spar with top-tier experts as you wish. The training system mimics God's domain. The more powerful a simulation expert you choose to fight, the more energy the system consumes. The secret pavilion can only get its hands on a limited amount of high-level energy. There is simply not enough to go around. Not to mention, the secret pavilion has expanded its influence recently and has increased the number of available training slots for its system, straining the system's energy consumption. Hence, the pavilion introduced a battle point system to cope. With these battle points, one can choose their opponent. Of course, the more powerful an opponent is, the more battle points you have to spend. A lot of newcomers don't know about this yet, so the secret pavilion's veterans scam them. If one loses the starting battle points they receive, it becomes harder to earn battle points in the future. Hearing Kong Haoran's explanation, Xiaofan came to a realization. It's no wonder why Yuan Tiexin was so willing to hand over those 10 slots. So, the pavilion still had such a card to play. Xiaofan inwardly cursed the secret pavilion's guild leader for being a sly, old fox. However, after giving it some thought, Xiaofan realized that it was actually quite reasonable. He had been a fool to think that he could fight monster-level experts stored in the system's database without limit and gain a wealth of combat experience. Such a generous opportunity wouldn't exist. Thank you for your warning, Feng said as he looked towards Kong Haoran. He then introduced himself, my name is Feng. No need for thanks. Those of us from other guilds need to look out for each other. Otherwise, the pavilion's people will just bully us all. Kong Haoran waved his hand. The secret pavilion's bunch came here over a month before we arrived. Moreover, they enjoyed the secret pavilion's nurturing before this. Their combat standards are much higher than ours. Newcomers are given 100 battle points initially. You can use these points to purchase a starter pack at the fortress. This starter pack lets you spar against 10 different, extraordinary experts for 3 days. You can use them to familiarize yourself with the battles here. Otherwise, you can practice against the free opponents in the fortress. However, you probably won't learn anything from the freebies. There are 2 methods to obtain battle points. The first is to participate in the ranking matches. You can also place bets with other players before a duel. Some of the veterans trick many of the clueless newcomers. As a result, they lose their 100 starting points, just like that. After Kong Haoran finished explaining the simulation training system, he led Feng to the battle fortress. However, as Feng's group was about to enter the fortress, they heard a loud commotion from the fortress's main hall. Quick, come and take a look. Another newbie is challenging a veteran. Damn! These guys sure are quick. Why can't I ever find these newbies? Chapter 890, Deep Foundation. Inside the splendid hall, over 100 people crowded around a large screen suspended in the air. This newbie sure is unlucky. He actually challenged a veteran without undergoing the beginner's training. All newbies are like that. They think that they can defeat Violent Bear just because they are strong in their own guilds. Does he really think the battle points are that easy to earn? Everyone began to chat merrily as they watched the screen. Such fights had become entertainment to flavor their lives. As for a newcomer's chances of defeating these veterans? Their only answer was a meaningful, hee-hee. Sure enough, Violent Bear is bullying another newbie. He only recently finished conning the last one, and he's already at it again. Kong Haoran sighed ruefully when he noticed another battle brewing. Didn't they say that it was the newcomer who challenged that Violent Bear fellow? Why would you say that he's conning the newcomer? Feng asked curiously. It's like this, while newcomers only have 100 battle points, Violent Bear will gamble 500 battle points. Almost everyone who has come here is a top-class expert in their own guild. Either that, or they are people with vast potential. Such people are typically quite confident of their strength, Kong Haoran explained. However, they have forgotten that the secret pavilion's experts aren't ordinary either. Only the pavilion's leading fighters can earn a slot in this training system. There is a huge possibility that these people will become members of the secret pavilion's middle management in the future. Moreover, even before they entered this training system, they were all strong enough to be top-class experts in any first-rate guild. After training in here for over a month, their combat standards have grown significantly. Violent Bear is quite strong. Among the 350 training members, he ranks 141st. Newcomers shouldn't try to provoke him. Feng agreed with Kong Haoran. In God's domain, first-rate guilds and super guilds lived in 2 completely different worlds. A player known as a genius in a first-rate guild might just be an extra in a super guild. In fact, the majority of the most outstanding newcomers each year were either from super guilds or super first-rate guilds. Even if an outstanding newcomer emerged in a first-rate guild, it would be due to their innate frightening talent alone. Gentle Snow would be one such example. This is interesting, Feng muttered, smiling as he watched at the image on the screen. On the large screen, a man taller and more robust than even Cola stood to one side. The man wielded a battle axe and had chosen the Berserker class. Meanwhile, Feng recognized the man standing across from the Berserker. It was the elementalist Red Feather from the Star Alliance. Red Feather looked exactly as he did in God's domain. It was clear that he had not modified his appearance when he had joined God's domain, unlike Feng, who looked quite different in God's domain. In the recent update of the God's domain experts list, Red Feather had been ranked 934th. Although his rank had fallen slightly due to the emergence of new experts, he should not be underestimated. The simulation training system mimicked God's domain's classes to near perfection. However, in the training system, everyone's basic attributes were normalized and their levels set to 30. Their equipment did not provide any additional attributes either, and the skills they possessed were limited to their class's basic skills. There were no special skills in this system. The fights here relied on one's techniques. As soon as the battle began, Red Feather launched a fierce assault on Violent Bear, using frost arrows to attack and ice walls or ice spheres to hinder the Berserker's movements. Ordinary experts would not be able to cope with such a two-pronged approach. However, Violent Bear remained unperturbed. Not only could he easily evade the frost arrows, but he had also utilized his evasive maneuvers to shorten the distance between himself and the enemy elementalist. This situation forced Red Feather to retreat repeatedly. In just 10 seconds, Red Feather had lost half his HP. In contrast, Violent Bear had only lost around 10% from blocking a few frost arrows and fireballs with his axe. Moreover, Red Feather had exhausted his blink charges and was now at the Berserker's mercy. In Feng's opinion, Red Feather had performed quite well. If he had faced an ordinary expert, he would have long since emerged victorious due to his unending assault and ice walls. Unfortunately, Violent Bear was no ordinary expert. Ordinary experts lacked sufficient physical control. Against Red Feather's attacks, they would busy themselves with dodging and blocking. Violent Bear, on the other hand, had excellent control over his body. He could make the necessary movements during crucial moments, easily avoiding Red Feather's accurate attacks while closing in on his enemy, slowly, but surely, forcing the elementalist into a corner. Even before the battle had begun, the outcome had been determined. Red Feather currently had yet to reach the half-step refinement realm. He simply stood no chance against Violent Bear, someone who had reached the refinement realm. The difference between their combat techniques was like the difference between heaven and earth. With both sides having equal attributes and no special skills or tools, Red Feather had no chance of winning. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, Violent Bear approached Red Feather with a charge and claimed the elementalist's life with a whirlwind slash. Ha ha ha. Little noob, consider the 100 points you've lost as a tuition fee. When you have points again, I welcome a rematch. The man known as Violent Bear smirked at the angry Red Feather disdainfully after teleporting back to the main hall. He then turned around and exclaimed, "Ah, this feels great. With these 100 points, I can face a decent opponent again." You. Red Feather wanted to charge at the Berserker. However, Purple Eye held him back. Red, you're no match for him right now. He has already reached that realm, Purple Eye advised sternly, her voice containing both helplessness and excitement. Although she was slightly stronger than Red Feather, her strength was limited. There was still a massive gap between herself and Violent Bear. In the past few years, she had followed Galaxy Past around and had defeated many well-known experts. She acknowledged that she had improved significantly since leaving her super guild. However, she had never imagined that she would still suffer defeat against the internal experts that God's domain's major powers nurtured. Refinement realm experts, which were extremely rare in God's domain, were abundant here. Yet, even a refinement realm expert like Violent Bear only ranked 141th here. Purple Eye finally understood just how terrifying the virtual gaming world's giants were. What she had seen in the past had only been the tip of the iceberg. As Violent Bear approached the exchange counter, his gaze landed on Feng. He immediately walked up to the swordsman, smiling brightly as he said, "Oh, I've never seen you before. You must be new to the training system, right? Interested in a match against me? If I win, I want your 100 points. If you win, I'll give you 500. What do you think? I'll teach you how precious the battle points here are. Those ranked beyond 300th place only get 20 points each day, 50 points if you rank between 201st and 300th, 100 points if you rank between 151st and 200th, 200 points if you rank between 101st and 150th, and 300 points if you rank between 51st and 100th. And don't even dream of reaching the top 50 ranks. How about it? With 500 points, you can spar against top-tier experts for an entire day. Kong Haoran stepped forward and growled, "Violent bear, that's enough of you." Chapter 891, Newcomer's Nightmare. Violent Bear's explanation of the daily battle point allotment was correct. However, it had been a petty move from the secret pavilion. It was true that there were a total of 350 slots for the simulation training system this time. It was also true that the training system was a holy ground for rapid improvement. However, to face a decent opponent for a day, one needed at least 100 points. Even so, that was only enough to afford a half-step refinement realm opponent. To obtain 100 points or more each day, one needed to rank within the top 200. Among the 350 people participating in the training system this time, 200 happened to be the Secret Pavilion's members. These elites, whom the Secret Pavilion had nurtured, had already displayed relatively high combat standards. Now, they had received over a month's head start in this training system. To put it simply, the members from other guilds had no chance of claiming any of the top 200 positions. Meanwhile, those who ranked between 200th and 300th place could only afford to practice every other day. To newcomers, this was a nightmare. When they first joined the training system, they ranked below 300. Receiving only 20 points each day, newcomers had to wait for 5 days to fight a decent opponent. If they did not purchase the 100-point starter pack, they would have to waste even more time to familiarize themselves with the training system's battles. Individuals could only purchase the starter pack once, and among the 10 experts within the starter pack, 8 were half-step refinement realm experts, and 2 were refinement realm experts. If newcomers trained with these experts for 3 days, they could improve their technique significantly. This way, they could qualify to fight for one of the top 300 rankings. Although joining the top 200 would be difficult, it wasn't entirely impossible. While the Secret Pavilion's members could face half-step refinement realm experts once a day at the very minimum, members from other guilds could only face one every other day at best. As for challenging refinement realm experts, that required 200 points. Those in the top 200 only needed to wait 2 days, while they needed 4. As time passed, the difference between both sides would only grow. Feng, don't let him trick you. Your starting 100 points are crucial, the elegantly beautiful Du Xian advised. Newcomers like them could not contend with Violent Bear. Even those in the refinement realm had difficulty defeating the Berserker. After all, Violent Bear had reached the refinement realm a long time ago. Experts who had just reached the refinement realm could not compare to his physical control. Although Du Xian did not know which guild Feng originated from, she knew that even first-rate guilds' top-tier experts were no match for Violent Bear. Kong Haoran, I'm not talking to you right now. I'm offering a sincere invitation to this little brother. I'm sure he isn't a scaredy cat like you are, afraid of challenging me even once. In the end, you can only boast your strength in your little guild, Violent Bear sneered. Although the man scolded Kong Haoran for his incompetence, his words were meant for Feng. Little brother, you agree with me, right? Even if he does lose, it's just 100 points. As long as he ranks among the top 300, he'll earn those points back in 2 days. Although he won't be able to face a decent expert during that time, at least he can still challenge the ranking competition once a day and practice against the normal simulated experts. Kong Haoran, you're just exaggerating to scare him. Since you don't want the newcomer to fight me, why don't you try your luck instead? You've already been here for 5 days, after all. I'll even handicap my attributes by 10%. If you win, I'll give you 800 points. If you lose, you just need to give me 100. How about it? Do you dare to accept my challenge? If not, get lost. Letting a coward like you in here was a waste of a precious training slot. Kong Haoran turned ashen as he glared at Violent Bear. However, he hadn't been able to utter a single word. It's not that he feared a fight, it's just that he had other uses for his points. Yesterday, one of his companions had joined the system and fell for a veteran's provocation. In the end, that companion of his had lost their points. Today, he had finally accumulated 100 points and planned to buy a starter pack for that companion. If he lost a match to Violent Bear now, his companion would have to wait several more days before getting their starter pack. TCH. You're a coward till the end. Violent Bear cast a disdainful look towards Kong Haoran when the man turned to leave. Fellow brother, aren't you being insincere? You're willing to lower your attributes and raise your bet to 800 points, yet against me, not only did you not offer to use a handicap, but your bet was also only 500 points, Feng said softly as he glanced at Violent Bear. Oh? You want a match? Violent Bear's gaze shifted back to Feng, and he began to size up the swordsman. Laughing, he continued, sure. If you want to fight me, I'll offer you the same terms. Following which, Violent Bear led Feng to the battlefield. Why is he so impulsive? Didn't he see how miserably Violent Bear beat his previous opponent? Du Xian asked, slightly frustrated. He might have done it because he didn't want Violent Bear to continue humiliating me, Kong Haoran responded, feeling somewhat guilty as he watched Feng depart. After interacting with Feng for some, he could tell that Feng was not impulsive. Moreover, he had not seen any anger or pride within Feng's gaze. On the contrary, he had appeared extraordinarily calm as he challenged the berserker. This showed that he was aware of Violent Bear's strength and had only challenged the man after considering it calmly. Violent Bear is so lucky. He's going to haul in 200 points in one day. With this, he can take on a refinement realm expert for an entire day. However, that newcomer is pretty smart. He got Violent Bear to lower his attributes by 10%. Violent Bear has already set foot into the refinement realm. Against a newcomer, a 20% handicap wouldn't change anything, much less 10%. Without also having reached the refinement realm, that newcomer doesn't stand a chance. Everyone in the main hall had their gazes glued to the massive screen, envy flashing in their eyes as they watched Violent Bear. Red, don't you think that newcomer looks kinda familiar? Purple Eye asked. As she watched Feng on the screen, she felt as if she had seen him somewhere. Familiar? Red Feather's loss vexed him, so he was in no mood to pay attention to the new duel. However, after Purple Eye's comment, he shifted his gaze towards the screen. Immediately, he fell into deep thought as he muttered, indeed. He does feel familiar, but I can't recall where or when I've met him before. As Purple Eye and Red Feather watched Feng's duel with Violent Bear began. The battlefield was set in a desert. It was a standard, open battle with no terrain to benefit either player. Feng had chosen the swordsman class for this match, while Violent Bear stuck with the berserker. However, Violent Bear had reduced his overall attributes by 10%. In terms of strength, he was roughly on par with a swordsman of the same level. As the battle began, Violent Bear used charge at Feng. Brat, I'll show you just how powerful I am. Violent Bear tightened his grip on his battle axe and swung the weapon at Feng violently. Although the axe did not seem to move quickly, it vanished halfway to Feng. Second acceleration. Violent Bear was quite confident of his melee combat capabilities. Even with reduced attributes, with his second acceleration technique, he could defeat a swordsman of the same level easily. Even a melee expert who had also reached the refinement realm would find it immensely difficult to block his attacks, not to mention a newcomer like Xiaofan. Chapter 892, Breaking the Norm. So fast. His attack disappeared. What technique is that? Many of the spectating newcomers were shocked, and Violent Bear's battle axe suddenly disappeared before their eyes. However, when Red Feather witnessed this, wrathful flames flared in his eyes. That bastard! He held back against me. Red Feather clenched his fists as he glared at Violent Bear on the screen. If Violent Bear had used this move against him, the match wouldn't have even lasted 30 seconds. Although the newcomers in the hall were surprised, the secret pavilion's veterans were indifferent. They were used to seeing this move. Does he really need to be so serious against this newcomer? He might want to end the battle quickly. But this newcomer sure is unlucky. He's forced to realize the disparity between us so soon after entering the training system. I'm guessing his confidence has shattered by now. As the various fighters discussed the fight, Violent Bear's battle axe struck Xiaofan again and again, leaving the swordsman with no opportunity to catch his breath. Dang! 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 After a series of over a dozen strikes, Violent Bear's expression darkened. He then retreated, glaring at the unharmed Xiaofan. Just who is he? Violent Bear suddenly felt an immense, heavy pressure weigh down on him. Second acceleration was an attack technique that utilized afterimages to trick the enemy. Even an expert of the same standard would struggle to defend against his attacks, yet Xiaofan had blocked every slash and hack. However, this was not why Violent Bear had retreated. As he had swung his axe, Xiaofang's sword had met his blade as it began to accelerate, preventing him from gathering enough momentum in his weapon. As a result, Xiaofang's sword easily deflected his axe, forcing the berserker into a passive state. However, Xiaofan had no intentions of giving Violent Bear any time to rest. Dashing forward, he directly sent a chop towards Violent Bear, his body void of excess movement. In the next moment, his sword vanished. The spectators only saw a flash of white light leave Xiaofang's hand. Violent Bear panicked. He could not even see any afterimage of Xiaofang's sword. However, he instinctively used Whirlwind Slash. Unfortunately, Violent Bear had been too late. Before he could begin to execute Whirlwind Slash, Violent Bear saw a flower of blood bloom on his chest. His Whirlwind Slash only began after the blood had blossomed. However, before his spinning axe could strike Xiaofan, the weapon stopped as if it had struck a wall, scattering sparks. The sudden halt forced the berserker back a step. Before Violent Bear could catch his breath, however, more blood began to bloom across his chest, one after another. His HP drained away like flowing water. In the end, as the seventh flower of blood scattered across the sandy ground, Violent Bear fell motionless. As the battle ended, Xiaofan obtained 800 battle points, pushing his total points to 900. What did he do? Many of the pavilion's elites shouted in their confusion. Why is Violent Bear dead? Today, Xiaofan broke the norm of newcomers' helplessness against veteran bullying. Violent Bear had clearly been on the offensive throughout the match, yet he had retreated, and Xiaofan had given chase, spilling the berserker's blood. Seeing the gashes decorating Violent Bear's body, it was obvious that the berserker had been cut. However, none of them had seen even an afterimage of a sword leave Xiaofang's hand, striking Violent Bear. A deathly silence overtook the main hall. Everyone stared at Xiaofan, who was just returned from the battlefield, with dumbfounded expressions. Yi Feng. That's right, he is Yi Feng. After seeing Xiaofang's attack, Red Feather realized where he had seen that familiar face. Moreover, While there were some differences between Feng's and Feng's appearances, there were also some faint similarities. Purple Eye also recognized Feng. The invisible attack had also been familiar. Purple Eye couldn't think of anyone, aside from Feng, who used that technique. Why is he here? Purple Eye was astounded. She couldn't believe her eyes. Feng might not be very famous among God's domain's general populace, but to first-rate guilds and the game's major powers, the young man's name reverberated like thunder. Purple Eye had already been stunned when she had watched the battle video from the Dark Arena. Now that she had seen Feng fight personally, even her soul trembled. In the Dark Arena battle, Feng's fast attacks had been understandable as he possessed attributes that could even overwhelm an old monster like Sirius. Currently, however, he had the basic attributes of a level 30 player and lacked any bonuses from weapons or equipment. Even so, his attacks were still too fast to see with the naked eye. Who could possibly defend against those attacks? Purple Eye finally understood that Feng had not won against Sirius because of excellent equipment. His personal strength was, in fact, on par with those old monsters. When Feng returned to the main hall, the secret pavilion's members no longer looked down on him. Only fear filled these elites' eyes. On the other hand, the newcomers originating from various guilds cheered. The secret pavilion's members had constantly bullied and suppressed them. Now that the pavilion's violent bear had been beaten with just a few moves, why wouldn't they feel liberated and excited? Feng, how are you so powerful? Kong Haran asked, stuttering nervously as he watched Feng walk over. Hua Zhengyang and Du Xian, who stood beside Kong Haran, also stiffened as the swordsman approached. An expert. He was an absolute expert. Even if Feng were a member of a transcendental existence like the secret pavilion, he would still be considered a top-class expert. They had always looked up to such monstrous experts. They had never dreamed that they would, one day, meet such an existence. When they thought back to how they had conversed and laughed merrily with the man, treating Feng as if he were their junior, they were incredibly embarrassed. You never asked. Feng laughed. You let us make fools of ourselves. If others learned that we met you like this, they would split their sides with laughter. In the end, Kong Haran was not ordinary. He quickly adjusted his mood. Moreover, in his opinion, Feng was actually quite friendly. He wasn't like those aloof, arrogant apex experts. Hua Zhengyang and Du Xian also relaxed after a moment and resumed their conversation with Feng. When the others inside the hall saw this, they envied Kong Haran and his friends. They all dreamed of a friendship with a powerful expert like Feng. If they could gain some pointers from an expert of his caliber, they could push themselves to the next level. Ah, right. What's up with the ranking competition? Don't tell me we have to face everyone here every single day. Feng had heard all he needed to about battle points. However, he didn't have a clue about the method of earning them. If he had to duel so many people each day, he would waste too much time. Moreover, he didn't have that much time to spend in the simulated training system. Chapter 893, Battle Tower. Kong Haran and his companions laughed and they heard Feng's question. There were a total of 350 people in the simulation training system. If they had to fight so many people every day, they would die from exhaustion. Not to mention, no one had that much time to waste. After all, every person here was a professional gamer. They spent most of their energy in God's domain. A player's strength did not only rely on combat standards and techniques. Weapons, equipment, and tools also factored into a player's combat power. Otherwise, players wouldn't pursue better weapons or equipment. The simulation training system's ranking competition isn't a competition between players. Rather, it depends on your results in the battle tower. The battle tower is somewhat like the Divine Colosseum's trial tower, Kong Haran explained. He then pointed towards the large portal in the middle of the hall, saying, "That's the trial tower that decides our ranks. The battle tower has a total of 7 floors. The higher the floor you reach, the more combat points you will earn. In the end, the system uses the battle value to determine our ranks. Inside the battle tower, everyone's attributes are normalized. However, you can only enter the tower once per day, and the ranks are determined every midnight. Generally, you must be prepared before challenging the tower. Otherwise, you'll likely be eliminated and waste your chance. So, that's how it works." Feng could not help his growing interest in the battle tower. He shifted his gaze back to Kong Haran and asked, "Which floor have you guys reached so far?" This, Kong Haran scratched his head. Awkwardly, he replied, "We're still on the first floor." "Is it that difficult?" Feng asked in surprise. He could tell that Kong Haran's combat standard was quite high. Although the man was no match for Red Feather, he was not far off. In a first-rate guild, he would be considered a top-class expert there. In terms of the Divine Colosseum's trial tower, Kong Haran would be a 6th-floor expert at the very least, yet such an expert was stuck on the battle tower's first floor. How difficult was this tower? In truth, all of the newcomers are stuck on the first floor. Only the Pavilions group have reached the 2nd floor. Violent Bear, for example, is on the 2nd floor. However, he ranks among the top of those on that floor, Kong Haran explained. The experts who have reached the 3rd floor rank within the top 100. Their ranks practically never change. The most we can do is fight for the top 200 spots. The top 100 are monsters. The battle tower's difficulty has been set incredibly high. I really don't know why the secret pavilion made 7 floors. I've heard that, even so many years after the pavilion created this training system, nobody has the 7th floor. The highest record is the 6th floor. When they spoke of the tower's difficulty, both Hua Zhengyang's and Du Xian's expressions twisted into something ugly. They were their guild's prided geniuses in God's domain. Countless players looked up to them, yet upon joining this simulation training system, they had been stuck at the bottom of the food chain. Although Kong Haran had entered the top 300 ranks, it was beyond these two, and they were limited to a pitiful 20 points each day. The record holder has only reached the 6th floor. Feng was even more surprised. A transcendental power like the secret pavilion should have a few old monsters who had, at the very least, reached the domain realm, yet even they had only managed to reach the 6th floor. It was hard to imagine just how difficult the 7th floor must be. As he learned more, Feng's curiosity about the battle tower grew. Since Feng currently had 900 points, he had no interest in the starter pack. At the very least, he needed a Void Realm expert as a decent opponent. However, simulating Void Realm experts required 1,000 points. As for Domain Realm experts, facing them cost 2,000 points. Following which, under Kong Haran's guidance, Feng entered the battle tower. As Feng entered the battle tower, news of his overwhelming victory over Violent Bear spread like wildfire. After all, this was the first time a newcomer from another guild had defeated a secret pavilion elite. Furthermore, Violent Bear was an expert that ranked among the top 150. Many people, curious about how well Feng would fare in the battle tower, rushed to the battle fortress to watch. Since this brat had easily defeated Violent Bear, he shouldn't have any problems reaching the 3rd floor. If he does, someone's going to get kicked out of the top 100. How can that be? The 3rd floor isn't easy to reach. Moreover, Violent Bear had handicapped 10% of his attributes in that battle. Damn, which guild did that guy come from? He's so strong. If he reaches the 3rd floor, he'll place a new record. Emichim. I recall that the best record an expert from a different guild had set on their first try was the 2nd floor. However, that person is a true genius. Even the pavilion is trying to recruit them. The battle fortress's main hall exploded with commotion as everyone focused on the ranking lists before the battle tower. Even now, people streamed into the main hall, all talking about Xiaofan. For a time, Xiaofan was the fortress's focal point. Quick, look! Isn't that Wenhua? Why is she here? Are you kidding me? Is she here to watch Xiaofan? Who is this guy? As everyone discussed Xiaofan, a beautiful woman in purple-red martial artist robes appeared in the hall. Instantly, the focus shifted towards her. Everyone's, including Kong Haoran's group and Purple Eye, who rested in a corner, jaws dropped. Most people in God's domain might not recognize the woman, but in this simulation training system, Wenhua was a celebrity. Everyone knew about her. Why is she here? Did she discover Feng's identity as well? Watching Wenhua slowly walk into the hall, becoming the center of attention, an indescribable sense of jealousy and admiration welled up in Purple Eye's heart. In terms of appearance, Wenhua could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the snow goddess of Ouroboros, Gentle Snow. In terms of talent, however, Wenhua surpassed Gentle Snow by leaps and bounds. Wenhua was very young, much younger than Gentle Snow. To experts, age was a form of capital. Some people could reach the refinement realm at the young age of 18, while others only did so after turning 20. Although there was only an age difference of 2 years, this time gap could determine how far a player would go. Although both were considered geniuses, the difference in talent was massive. If one reached the refinement realm at the age of 18, there was a high chance for them to reach the peak of the virtual gaming world during their lifetime. They would likely become an old monster, becoming a domain realm expert in the future. However, those who managed to enter the refinement realm at the age of 20, without any special opportunities, would, at most, become an ordinary upper echelon in some super guild. Meanwhile, at the young age of 17, Wenhua had reached the refinement realm. Currently, at 19, she had reached the peak of the flowing water realm. The pavilion's old monsters commented that Wenhua lacked inspiration and could break through to the void realm at any moment. A 19-year-old void realm expert would have endless opportunities in their future. The secret pavilion had treated Wenhua like a rare, precious seedling and spared no expense to nurture her. The pavilion's old monsters often offered her pointers. She was likely to become the secret pavilion's future heir. Meanwhile, such an amazing woman had actually shown up to watch a newcomer. Why wouldn't this be shocking? Chapter 894, Sword Meister. Ignoring all the stares directed at her, Wenhua took a seat near the battle tower's portal and selected to spectate Xiaofang's progress inside the tower. Being a spectator allowed her to see everything happening inside the tower clearly, however, this spectator mode cost battle points. Moreover, the number of points required by the system was not low, a total of 300 points to spectate a person. The system would automatically give 200 of these points to the fighter. For the newcomers and the members of the secret pavilion, this was a price that none of them was willing to pay. Paying 300 points to spectate anyone, aside from the experts ranked within the top 50, would just be a big waste of their points, especially for a newcomer that barely anyone knew about. Shortly after Wenhua sat down, a young man exited from the training field's portal. When this young man spotted Wenhua, he hurriedly made his way over to her. Isn't that Cold Autumn? Why is he here? I heard that he's been training like a madman ever since his trip to Star Moon Kingdom. He must have received some kind of stimulation there. Now, he spends nearly all of his spare time fighting inside the training field. The members of the secret pavilion were shocked and they saw Cold Autumn, who had appeared out of the blue, walking over to Wenhua. The three great geniuses of the secret pavilion were individuals that were usually very hard to meet, yet two of them had actually shown up in the battle fortress. It was truly a rare sight to behold. Sister Wenhua, why do you suddenly have time to come here? Cold Autumn asked when he reached Wenhua. After taking a seat, he continued, didn't Uncle Yuan say that you are going to challenge Sanctuary's Gale Sword Meister, Ruthless Sky? Aren't you going to rest and prepare for that battle? No matter what, he is one of Sanctuary's 8 sword meisters. I've heard that Ruthless Sky has made significant advances recently, and his rank on the experts list has already gone up from 131st to 117th. Moreover, he even replaced one of his weapons yesterday, and the higher-up suspect that it could be an epic weapon. This will increase his combat power even more. Sending a glance at Cold Autumn, Wenhua said in a casual tone, I know all that. Even so, I will still defeat him. Compared to her upcoming battle, she was more interested in this battle of Feng's. Previously, she had viewed Feng's battle with Sirius many times. However, at the end of the day, a video recording was still a video recording. The experience was far from comparable to watching in person. Originally, she had intended to come here only for a little training. She never thought that after arriving, she would hear news of a newcomer defeating Violent Bear. Moreover, the name of that newcomer was even Feng. As a result, this situation greatly piqued her interest. Just like Feng, she was a swordsman player. If she wanted to increase her combat experience, it was naturally best for her to learn from a fellow swordsman. Only, there were not many swordsmen in the secret pavilion and even fewer that she could seek guidance from. At this moment, these people could no longer help her improve any further. Hence, she had opted to challenge the famous swordsman in God's domain. Now that a swordsman who had managed to defeat Sirius had appeared, she obviously could not let the opportunity to observe him fight slip by. If it was possible, she even wanted to have a match against Feng. Following which, Wenhua returned to observing Feng's battle quietly. Just who is this person? He is actually able to rouse Sister Wenhua's interest. Cold Autumn was baffled. If he were to spread the word of this matter, it would most likely shock the entire secret pavilion. Thinking so, Cold Autumn suddenly selected the spectator mode as well. Moreover, the person he chose to spectate was the newcomer Feng. 300 points might be a lot to an ordinary expert of the secret pavilion, but to him, it was still barely acceptable. Damn, this is just insane. 2 of the great geniuses are actually spectating Feng's battle. This can't be real, right? Isn't he just a powerful newcomer? Even reaching the 3rd floor is a problem. Is it really worth spending 300 points to watch him? The mouths of the players in the main hall hung wide open as they watched Wenhua and Cold Autumn quietly sitting beside the battle tower's portal. Damn it! Purple Eye clenched her fists as she looked at Wenhua and Cold Autumn. It would be great if we had come here a few days earlier. It's just impossible to gather 300 points right now. She knew who exactly Feng was. If she missed this opportunity to witness his battle, who knew when she would get another chance? Why don't I go borrow some points? I heard that aside from duels, the members of the secret pavilion will also loan battle points. However, we'll need to pay an additional 30% interest when paying back the points, Red Feather said, gritting his teeth. Purple Eye promptly nodded in response. Compared to paying an interest rate of 30%, being able to watch this battle was much more important. This scene bewildered the members of the secret pavilion. They could not understand just what kind of attraction Feng held to rouse the interest of not only the pavilion's geniuses but also the newcomers. Inside the battle tower, Feng was currently standing in the middle of an endless plain with a total of 49 prairie lions and 1 prairie lion king surrounding him. Prairie Lion, Elite Rank. Level 30. HP 60,000/60,000. Prairie Lion King, Special Elite. Level 30. HP 200,000/200,000. System: defeat all monsters to progress to the next floor. Every prairie lion killed will reward you with 1 combat point, and killing the prairie lion king will reward you with 10 combat points. No wonder Kong Haoran's group weren't able to clear the first floor, Feng thought as he swept a glance at the lions besieging him. He then took a look at his own attributes. Currently, his attributes were roughly equal to those of a level 30 swordsman geared in bronze weapons and equipment. Right now, he was the very definition of an ordinary player. The difficulty of defeating this pride of lions would be extremely high. Moreover, this place was an endless grassland, offering no terrain whatsoever that players could take advantage of, which further increased the difficulty. Roar! The prairie lion king bellowed angrily and advanced. Simultaneously, the prairie lions surrounding Feng pounced at him as well. An ordinary player would usually panic if faced with attacks coming from all sides. They would instinctively attempt to rush out of the encirclement. As for expert players, they would choose to fight while retreating, slowly but surely killing these monsters. However, Feng did neither of these things. With an ordinary level 30 player's attributes, he simply had no chance of outrunning the prairie lion king. On the contrary, attempting to do so would place himself in a disadvantageous situation. Facing the incoming pride of lions, Feng began brandishing the twin swords in his hands. In the next moment, countless streaks of sword light flashed around Feng, forming a barrier of sorts around him. Any lion that came at him would have their joints struck by Feng's swords. Although Feng's strength was insufficient to repel the prairie lions, he still managed to deflect their attack trajectory slightly. Seen from afar, the half-dozen prairie lions attacking Feng appeared to be intentionally circling the swordsman, their attacks all landing on thin air. As these prairie lions moved past Feng, a streak of sword light would strike at their bodies, causing over -1,500 damage to the elite monsters. As the battle continued, the prairie lions died one after another. This person is clearing out the prairie lions so quickly. Cold Autumn was filled with shock as he observed this scene. Just who is this person? He knew full well just how hard it was to deal with these prairie lions. Simply dodging their attacks was very exhausting, yet Feng was actually toying with these elite monsters like they were kittens right now. Despite Feng having the same attributes as he did when he challenged the first floor, Feng's clearing speed was at least double his. These prairie lions posed no threat to Feng at all. Only the prairie lion king, whose speed was much faster and strength was much greater than the prairie lions, presented a challenge for Feng. However, utilizing his positioning to guide the prairie lions, Feng turned the prairie lions into shields for him, having the elite monsters receive all the attacks of the prairie lion king, instead. After each successful block, Feng would also follow up with a counterattack, each of his blows dealing over -1,200 damage to the special elite. The prairie lion king's HP fell at a rate visible to the naked eye. In the end, the special elite died without even managing to land a paw on Feng, its body lying motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, the players present in the main hall of the battle fortress suddenly fell silent, every one of them staring at the record board of the battle tower's first floor with a dumbfounded expression. At this moment, the first floor's original fastest clear record of 47 minutes 27 seconds had actually been broken. Chapter 895, Unstoppable Record. How is he so fast? An uproar broke out in the main hall the instant the players saw the record broken. None of them dared to believe it was true. The clear record for the battle tower's first floor had stood for a very long time now. Most people required nearly 2 hours to deal with the monsters on the first floor, taking at least double the record time. Even the personal bests of the 3 great geniuses of the secret pavilion were relatively far away from the record clear time. Yet, Feng had broken it easily. 37 minutes 24 seconds. Everyone grew extremely curious as to what had happened inside the battle tower when they saw this new record. Just what did Feng do to clear the floor so quickly? Sister Wenhua, just who is this person? Cold Autumn could not help but ask when he saw this new record. The Battle Tower's record had remained unchanged for many years now. Even if someone could surpass it, the person capable of doing so definitely should not be a young man like Feng. Nevertheless, a newcomer originating from another guild had beaten the best record by over 10 minutes. You've also seen this person before, Wenhua replied, chuckling. I've seen him before. Cold Autumn grew curious at these words. However, he could not figure out where he had seen Feng before. He is Feng, the apex swordsman who defeated one of the wolf kings of the battle wolves, Wenhua added, her words invested with strong fighting spirit. When she had only seen Feng's battle videos before, she merely thought of having a match with him. Now, however, what she wanted to do was surpass the man. However, what she had to do first was defeat Sanctuary's Gale Sword Meister. He is Feng. Cold Autumn gaped as he took in Feng's youthful appearance. Even though Feng looked relatively young in God's domain, Cold Autumn had thought that Feng's true age should be around 25 or 26. Now, however, it would seem that the man was only 21 or 22 years old. He was not that much older than Wenhua, yet he had already managed to defeat the legendary Sirius. Although he had relied mainly on his equipment advantage and skill advantage, a win was still a win. Sister Wenhua, aren't you being a little too mean? Since you already knew he was the Feng, why didn't you tell me? I nearly missed out on a big opportunity to spectate one of his battles, Cold Autumn grumbled. Inwardly, however, he felt thrilled. At the cost of just 300 battle points, he got to spectate the battle of an expert like Feng. This was an opportunity that could not be bought even with money. Everyone has their own opportunities. If you miss it, then you can only consider yourself unlucky. Just like the time when the Glorious Lions went up against the Azura battle team. Who knew that the battle at that time would become one of the most memorable battles in the Dark Arena? Wenhua sighed as she shook her head. Alright, enough talking. Focus on watching. We won't get another chance like this as easily later on. While Wenhua and Cold Autumn were chatting, many of the Secret Pavilion's members had also gritted their teeth and chosen to spend 300 points to spectate Feng's battle. A person capable of breaking the record of the first floor definitely possessed extraordinary abilities. After just a short moment, the number of people spectating Feng's battle grew to a total of 13, instantly increasing Feng's battle points to 3,500. Inside the battle tower, when Feng progressed to the second floor, he was transported into a dark nest. Visibility was very low, and his vision only extended to 10 yards at most. He could also hear rustling coming from all around him, the sounds being hair-raisingly creepy. Although there aren't a lot of monsters on the second floor, roughly only 20, this dark environment makes it much more difficult to evade the attacks of these monsters. I also had to attempt and train on this floor many times before I got used to this environment. Cold Autumn revealed a smile when he saw Feng standing still after arriving on the second floor. Although he was not present on the battlefield, his viewing angle was not that far from Feng. Moreover, as a spectator, he had a much clearer view of the battlefield than Feng, and his field of vision was nearly 3 times that of Feng's. At this moment, 19 elite-ranked Nightwalker Tarantulas and 1 special elite-ranked Ghost Tarantula had Feng completely surrounded. Nightwalker Tarantula, Elite Rank. Level 30. HP 70,000/70,000. Ghost Tarantula, Special Elite. Level 30. HP 240,000/240,000. Feng could get 2 combat points for every Nightwalker Tarantula he killed, while the Ghost Tarantula would give him a total of 40 points if killed. The points these monsters gave were much more than those for the monsters on the first floor. With a visual range of 10 yards, players would have an exceedingly short time to react to any attacks from the tarantulas. Here, even taking a breath at a wrong time could result in one's death. Even if players were just going up against monsters of the same level, the difficulty of the second floor was significantly higher than the first floors. Hence, the number of experts that had managed to clear the second floor among the participants of the training system this time around was extremely low. Even a refinement realm expert like Violent Bear had failed to clear it. To Xiaofan, however, this floor was child's play. After reaching the Void Realm, even having his sense of sight weakened would hardly affect his combat power. Although Xiaofan could not visually perceive the situation beyond 10 yards, the vibrations and sounds passing through the air allowed him to pinpoint the positions of all the monsters within the nest. Before the monsters even got to 10 yards of him, Xiaofan had already started taking appropriate countermeasures. Compared to the lions on the first floor, the massive tarantulas on the second floor were much easier to handle. Although the tarantulas were slightly faster than the lions, their strength was weaker. Up to the moment the battle ended, none of these tarantulas had landed a direct hit on Xiaofan even once. Only the ghost tarantula's high attack speed managed to force Xiaofan to block its attacks a few times, inflicting a small amount of damage as a result. Xiaofan's evasive maneuvers and attacks completely mesmerized the spectators of the battle. Xiaofan had fought the monsters as if he was just taking a leisurely walk through the park. Aside from these feats, Xiaofan had also broken the clear record of the second floor. The original record time was 32 minutes 54 seconds whereas Xiaofan's clear time was 27 minutes 35 seconds. Following which, the number of people spectating Xiaofan's battle increased by 15, boosting Xiaofan's battle points further by 3,000. The third floor was a fiery hell. The majority of the ground on this floor was scorching red. Stepping on a patch of red immediately imposed burn damage. Only the areas scorched black were safe. However, there were very few of such areas in this fiery valley. Players would have their movement greatly restricted while fighting on this floor. Meanwhile, Xiaofan's opponents for this floor were drastically different from his previous ones. Although there were only 10 monsters on this floor, all 10 of them were hovering around in the air. Flame Falcon, Elite Rank. Level 30. HP 60,000/60,000. Flame Eagle, Chieftain Rank. Level 30. HP 900,000/900,000. They say that the third floor is a major threshold, and until now, only a few experts have managed to clear the third floor. Just how far will he be able to go? Looking at Xiaofan remaining motionless, many people began wondering how he would avoid the attacks of the Flame Eagle. A chieftain was much stronger than a special elite. Dodging attacks from such a monster was already extremely difficult, to begin with, not to mention the various constraints the environment placed on Xiaofan's movements. Without a proper method to cope with the Flame Eagle, Xiaofan would very quickly lose his life on the third floor. This is rather interesting. It's no wonder they say that the battle tower plays a crucial role in guiding one through the various combat realms. As Xiaofan took in his surroundings and the Flame Eagle hovering above him, he suddenly understood what was going on in the battle tower. Chapter 896, Skyrocketing Points. The secret pavilion had another name for the battle tower, the Tower of Guidance. From what Kong Haran shared, the battle tower could help a player grow, all the way up to grasping a domain. Previously, Xiaofan only partly believed these words. Now, however, he no longer doubted them. In order to be considered as having reached the refinement realm, one needed to have excellent control over their own body and be able to flexibly and naturally vary the amount of strength their body exerted. The flowing water realm required one to perceive and observe the opponents. One had to be able to distinguish their opponent's thoughts and carry out appropriate responses in advance by observing the opponent's minute movements. To put it simply, one needed to be able to react before their opponents even acted. The Void Realm demanded a certain amount of control over one's surroundings. Instead of merely judging the environment through vision alone, one needed to push their 5 senses to the very limits and rely on these enhanced senses to determine all movements occurring in the background. The goal of the Battle Tower's first floor was to have players learn how to control themselves, using the pressure of facing a large number of lions to learn how to adapt nimbly to sudden changes. The second floor was meant to improve a player's instantaneous observation powers and snap judgment. The third floor served to improve a player's perception and judgment of distance. Accurately judging distance was a challenging task. However, as long as one managed to achieve this, they would be considered to have officially entered the flowing water realm. Feng had to admit that the guidance provided by the Battle Tower was very on point. It was no wonder that super guilds could nurture such a large number of top-tier experts. The Flame Falcons and Flame Eagle hovering in the sky had no intention of giving Feng too much time. Letting out screeches that echoed throughout the entire valley, the fiery birds spat out scorching flames in Feng's direction in unison. It will be difficult for him to clear the third floor. Among those present inside the battle fortress were quite a few people whose progress stalled on the third floor. Hence, they were very clear on how difficult this floor was. Not only would one receive flame attacks from all directions, but the valley floor would also change at random. Places that were originally safe zones could turn into a danger zone in the next second. One constantly needed to pay attention to their footing while on this floor. Moreover, there were no objects in the area that could serve to block the flame attacks of the monsters. One could just imagine the difficulty of the third floor. Not to mention attacking the flying monsters, the majority of the players who reached this floor would generally fail to cope properly, and ultimately die to either the scorching ground or the flame attacks. What is he trying to do? Everyone suddenly noticed that, despite seeing the 10 streaks of flames coming at him, Feng actually chose to remain standing still. Just as the flames were about to devour Feng, the swordsman suddenly strode forward, his body leaving behind numerous afterimages as he moved about the small platform he was on. In the next moment, one streak of flames engulfed the afterimages Feng left behind. After all 10 were gone, Feng was standing back in his original position completely unscathed. How is this possible? Cold Autumn was momentarily stupefied. Although he had yet to reach the third floor himself, it was obvious to him that were he the one going up against these flame attacks, aside from running and dodging, he would have no other method to retain his life. The distance the flame attacks were launched from was simply too short. He would have absolutely no way to avoid that many attacks in the limited maneuvering space available. As for blocking the flame attacks with his weapon, that would be utterly impossible. He would need a complete set of mysterious iron equipment, at the very least, to avoid taking any damage from blocking the attacks of the Flame Falcons. Blocking the attacks of the Flame Eagle would require him to be fully geared in secret silver equipment at the minimum. However, the system armed them with only a set of bronze equipment in the battle tower. Trying to defend against the flame attacks would be suicidal. Now, even while standing in that small area, Feng had actually managed to avoid all the flame attacks. It was as if these flames were intentionally circling his body. This is impossible. There must be something wrong with the system. How can he dodge all those attacks in time at such a close distance? The players spectating Feng had long since gone into an uproar. Almost all of them had shouted the same thing. No matter how they wrapped their minds around it, dodging so many attacks from such a close distance was not feasible. The only possibility was that an error had occurred with the system. Otherwise, how were they supposed to explain the earlier scene? Wen Hua, however, did not feel any surprise at the outcome of that onslaught. Everyone was basing their judgments only on the distance the flames were coming from. However, they had forgotten that they were living in a three-dimensional world. Aside from horizontal and vertical distance, one also should not forget depth. On the screen, it might seem as if all 10 flame attacks came over similar distances. But in reality, the distance each attack needed to travel was different. As all 10 attacks were launched simultaneously, the times at which the attacks reached Xiaofan would differ slightly. Meanwhile, Xiaofan had utilized the small time difference in the arrival of the attacks to systematically evade them one after another. The one part about this scene that annoyed Wenhua, however, was that she had not noticed the slightest bit of haste or anxiety in Xiaofang's movements. The man had casually dodged the attacks as if he was just taking a leisurely stroll, his actions containing no excess movement whatsoever. Wenhua even felt a shiver go down her back when she looked at how smooth and natural his movements were. The numerous surprised gasps coming from the spectators immediately attracted the attention of those resting in the main hall, every one of them looking at these several spectators in confusion. What's up with them? Aren't they just spectating a battle? Is there a need to go so crazy over it? This curiosity now tempted many more people who were reluctant to part with their points. Such a commotion had never occurred before, even when the upper echelons of their guilds fought in the battle tower. What exactly was going on inside the battle tower? Just as everyone was hesitating over whether or not to spectate Xiaofang's battle, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious red-black martial arts robes entered the hall. With quick steps, this middle-aged man walked up to the portal of the battle tower. After finding a quiet place to sit in, the man then chose to spectate Xiaofang's battle. Damn! This is madness. This is simply madness. Why has Elder Yuan come over as well? Isn't this a training system meant to nurture youths with potential? He couldn't be here too. All the bystanders suddenly thought of a possibility when they looked at Yuan Tiexin quietly sitting down and calling out his system interface. However, none of them could accept this shocking thought of theirs. Those who had still been hesitating immediately looked for seats and chose to spectate Xiaofang's battle. Instantly, the number of people spectating Xiaofang increased to 63. Those who lacked the points to spectate were all stupefied by this scene. Even when the upper echelon of the secret pavilion came to challenge the battle tower, the number of spectators would be around this number, at most. Moreover, today was a day when many people were busy with their own matters and had not come to participate in the training system. Otherwise, the number of spectators right now would definitely rise even higher. Just who is Brother Xiaofan? The shock Kong Haoran was feeling right now at this sight was many times more intense than what he felt when he had faced off against an army of over 100,000 elite players. I would be set for life if I could have this many people spectating my battle. Hua Zhengyang could not close his mouth as he saw this scene. Just how many battle points could he earn if he had this many people spectating his battle as well? Even if he fought against a refinement realm expert every day, those points could last him for 2 whole months. On the 3rd floor of the battle tower, Xiaofang repeatedly dodged the flame attacks sent at him. Even when the terrain changed, he managed to reach a safe zone immediately. Occasionally, he would also attack with a flying dart. Although the damage he caused was low, only -500 points or so, none of the monsters in the battle tower had the battle recovery ability. Hence, he could slowly but surely wear down these monsters. Following which, one Flame Falcon's HP continuously decreased. The battle had already fallen under Xiaofang's complete control. That's enough experimentation. It's about time things ended. He then threw out the last dart that took away the final strand of HP of a Flame Falcon. As a result of one Flame Falcon dying, the number of attacks Xiaofang had to face at a single time decreased from 10 to 9, making dodging the attacks much easier for him. With no suspense whatsoever, he whittled down the remaining Flame Falcons and Flame Eagle, once again easily clearing a floor. Only, as Xiaofang was not playing a ranged class, his attacks were a lot less effective compared those of ranged classes. Hence, he had not managed to break the record clear time for the 3rd floor. Even so, he still stupefied all his spectators. The reason for everyone's shock was because Feng's clear time for the third floor was only marginally slower than the current record holder's. If his ranged weapon had been slightly better and he had learned a few more good skills, he could have easily broken the record. Following which, Feng entered the fourth floor of the battle tower. This was also the highest floor the current batch of trainees had reached. Chapter 897, Silent Hell. This person is strong. It was worth spending all those points to spectate him. This is my first time seeing someone clear the third floor so easily. This shows that he has still not reached his limits. At this rate, he might even be able to clear the fourth floor and become the first person among this batch of trainees to reach the fifth floor. That's impossible. This is the fourth floor we are talking about. Even the top experts of our guild are still stuck there. Even if Feng is amazing, it is simply impossible for him to match up to the top experts of our guild. I guess you're right. Our guild's top experts all stand at the peak of God's domain. There are probably only a handful of youths who can surpass them. Just as the spectators were discussing Feng's battle, Feng himself set foot onto the fourth floor. Unlike the second and third floors, which had vile environments, the fourth floor was elegant and serene. Trees and shrubberies surrounded Feng. There was also a pristine lake nearby. Feng observed his surroundings, his expression turning slightly serious. Although his surroundings looked very peaceful, Feng could not ignore a sense of crisis in his mind. The worst part about this hunch was that he did not know what triggered it. Even though he was standing still and doing nothing, this sense of crisis was looming closer and closer. Could they be stealth monsters? Feng thought of a possibility. Or to put it in another way, it was the only possibility. This sensation he was feeling right now was as if numerous top-tier assassin experts were staring at him. However, no matter how skilled and silent the assassin might be, as long as they were a player, Feng would more or less be able to find traces of them through sight and hearing, yet neither of these two senses of his had picked up anything. He discovered them so quickly. Wenhua was somewhat surprised to see Feng's expression turning a little guarded. The fourth floor of the battle tower had another name to it, Silent Hell. It had a total of 8 elite-ranked Void Assassins and 1 Chieftain-ranked Null Assassin. Void Assassin, Elite Rank. Level 30. HP 50,000/50,000. Null Assassin, Chieftain Rank. Level 30. HP 200,000/200,000. Although their HPs were very low, these monsters had a special characteristic: they remained in a permanent state of nothingness. Their bodies existed in a completely different space, so one's senses of sight, hearing, and smell could not detect these monsters no matter what. Only when these monsters launched an attack would their real bodies manifest. However, they would appear for only a very short time, around 1 second at most. Aside from this brief period, attacks directed at these monsters would be completely ineffective. The difficulty of the fourth floor had left everyone who had managed to reach the fourth floor in this batch of trainees utterly helpless. Setting aside the fact that the attacks of the assassins were lightning fast, just the fact that the attacks were launched at such a close distance made dodging them nearly impossible. Or to put it in another way, it was simply impossible for someone with the attributes of an ordinary level 30 player to evade those attacks. Even if one managed to dodge those kinds of attacks, failing to counterattack in time would eventually lead to death from overexhaustion. Back when Wenhua herself had reached the fourth floor for the first time, she had died completely unaware of what had happened. And even now, she was still stuck on this floor. Only the monster-like existences of the secret pavilion were able to contend against the assassins on this floor. So far, just a few people throughout the entire guild had managed to clear the fourth floor. I wonder just how far you will be able to go. A bright smile appeared on Wen Hua's face as she quietly observed the swordsman. She had a feeling that, if she could observe Xiaofan clearing this floor, she might be able to break through that barrier that was preventing her from improving. Under Wen Hua's gaze, Xiaofan started moving. Without hesitation, he dashed up to a nearby tree and placed his back against the large tree. This way, he no longer needed to pay attention to attacks coming from behind. He just needed to keep an eye out for attacks coming from 180 degrees in front of him. Damn, so you can do something like that as well? Everyone spectating this scene was stupefied. They had never thought to utilize the terrain in such a way. The effort an expert needed to expend to defend against attacks coming from just 180 degrees was many times less than attacks coming from all 360 degrees. With the energy saved, one could better perceive and concentrate as well. Moreover, dodging attacks would become much easier. However, as soon as Xiaofan stood in front of the large tree, a silvery white dagger suddenly appeared before him, directly slashing at his neck. So fast! Surprised, Xiaofan instinctively sidestepped. With the speed of the attack as well as the short distance it was launched from, if Xiaofan had not responded instantly, he would have gotten struck without a doubt. Fortunately, he had already reached the Void Realm, so he could feel the movements in his surroundings. Although the appearance of the dagger was very sudden, the moment the weapon materialized, it would more or less generate some fluctuations in the air, which gave him sufficient warning and allowed him to carry out preventive measures. In the next moment, the snowy white dagger brushed past his neck and left a deep scar on the tree behind him. Close on the heels of that first attack, fluctuations appeared from 2 more places. Meanwhile, the position of these fluctuations came from the direction he had sidestepped to. Xiaofan tightened his grip on his twin swords and hurriedly slashed at the locations the 2 fluctuations originated from. Pung! Pung! 2 crisp sounds echoed throughout the entire forest. The sparks generated were also extraordinarily eye-catching. Crap, isn't he too amazing? How did he manage to detect those attacks? The spectators' mouths all fell wide open when they saw the sparks flashing before Xiaofan. As bystanders, they had a much clearer view of the situation than Xiaofan. However, even after looking for a long time, they failed to detect anything peculiar about the locations he had attacked. There was just empty space there. Nevertheless, Xiaofan succeeded in very accurately blocking 2 strikes. They all felt that Xiaofan was not human but a monster in human guise, instead. How are his attacks so fast? Wen Hua was inwardly shocked when she saw this scene, her mind constantly replaying Xiaofang's previous actions. Setting aside how Xiaofan had managed to detect the location of the attacks, just being able to execute such quick counters from such a short distance was simply unbelievable. This was definitely not a feat an ordinary human being could accomplish. Her dynamic vision was among the best in the entire guild. Even if it were a baseball moving at 160 km per hour, she would be able to clearly see and count the number of rotations the ball was making. For attacks that no one else could see even the afterimages of, she could make out some afterimages. Although they would be extremely vague, she would still manage to see a small portion of the attack. However, Xiaofang's slashes were completely different. Normally, when an attack was launched, the speed of the attack would start from 0 and slowly accelerate up to maximum speed. However, through some unknown technique, Xiaofang's swords had gone from a standstill to moving at maximum speed instantly. There was no acceleration process in between whatsoever. Following which, Xiaofan brandished his swords dozens of times, blocking every attack sent at him. Not a single scratch could be found on his body. Instead, the constant clangor of metal surrounded him. Seen from afar, Xiaofan appeared to be training his swordsmanship all by himself. As more time passed, Xiaofan grew accustomed to blocking the attacks of the assassins. Time to end this. Xiaofan swept a glance at his surroundings, his lips curling up in a smile. At this moment, he no longer bothered to block the dagger striking at him. Instead, as if he had already anticipated this attack, his body smoothly sidestepped while his right arm swung at the location the dagger appeared from. Soon after, a streak of greenish blood stained the grassy ground. Chapter 898, Unseen Improvement. -1327. The instant this damage emerged, a blurry figure also appeared, the dark green HP bar above the figure's head shortening slightly. A moment after the HP bar showed up, however, the figure disappeared once more. Even when Xiaofan tried launching another attack at the same position, the only thing his sword hit was air. There's only a 1.3-second period for a counterattack. That really is short. No wonder so many people have failed to clear this floor. Xiaofan was slightly surprised. He had never expected these monsters to have such a characteristic as well. Originally, it was already very difficult to grasp the attack trajectories of these monsters. Moreover, there wasn't just one monster attacking him. Based on Xiaofan's perception, at least 5 monsters were attacking him. Yet, not only did he have to dodge the attacks of these monsters, but he also needed to launch a counterattack within such a short time frame. This greatly increased the difficulty of clearing the floor. Having no better choice, Xiaofan could only continue silently blocking the attacks while searching for opportunities to counterattack. He often had to block over a dozen attacks before he got the opportunity to launch a counterattack. If he failed to grab this opportunity, he would have to block another dozen, or even 2 or 3 dozen, attacks. If an ordinary person were standing in Xiaofan's place right now, they would surely feel bored at the moment. Xiaofan, however, was actually joyous. He could not help but admit that the guidance provided by the battle tower was indeed excellent. All unawares, Xiaofan had focused his full concentration on detecting the spatial fluctuations. As a result, the sensitivity of his 5 senses heightened while his grasp of his surroundings constantly deepened. It was normally impossible for one to encounter situations where subtle spatial fluctuations appeared around oneself. Hence, being able to hone his perception to such a fine degree right now was like a dream for Xiaofan. Time passed quickly. Even when Xiaofan had an opportunity to counterattack and deal damage to the Void Assassins, he did not take action. After all, this here was the best place for him to train right now. As his perception improved, Xiaofan became increasingly sensitive to the subtle fluctuations caused by the Void Assassins. Initially, these weak fluctuations felt no different from tiny raindrops hitting his skin. Although he could feel them, his perception of them was not that clear. As a result, even when his body felt these fluctuations, his brain dismissed them as negligible. However, after sensing the fluctuations for thousands of times, his awareness of them intensified. Now, these fluctuations felt more like little pebbles hitting his body, instead, the pain more than sufficient to grab his attention. Even without his brain making any conscious decisions, he would instinctively react and turn towards the direction the fluctuations came from. It's no wonder super first-rate guilds and super guilds can nurture so many apex experts and even monsters that grasp a domain. Sure enough, they are not existences that even well-funded first-rate guilds can threaten. Xiaofan inwardly sighed emotionally. He had profited massively from the trade with the secret pavilion this time. If not for this trade, he most likely would have remained unaware of just how frightening the major powers of God's domain were. Although he currently had a secret technique tablet and even an epic guild quest that could send him to the ancient battlefield, the Holy Land for experts, neither of those things could even compare with the battle tower. The value of the secret technique tablet lay in the fact that it allowed players to learn advanced combat techniques, which would, in turn, greatly increase their combat powers. The improvement in combat standards was only a bonus. Whether players could actually gain inspiration from learning the combat technique was a different matter altogether. As for the Holy Land, although Xiaofan had never been there before, based on what he had heard about the place, the improvements one could gain there should be roughly equal to, or even inferior to, those from the battle tower. However, as the number of people the training system could accommodate was limited, the Holy Land seemed very valuable. Otherwise, the major powers of God's domain might not even bother to compete over entry to the Holy Land. What a pity. I thought he would clear the 4th floor as well. Now, it seems that it isn't possible. At the rate at which he is counterattacking, his stamina and concentration will run out before the battle is over. Didn't I say so already? That place is the silent hell. If even so many of our guild's top experts can't clear it, how could a newcomer like him possibly clear it? But the fact that he has lasted for so long is already plenty amazing. This is my first time seeing someone survive this long against those monsters. Indeed. The attacks of those monsters are simply impossible to predict. If it were up to me, I'd probably be dead in less than 5 seconds. Moreover, among our batch of trainees, not a single person has managed to last as long as Feng on the 4th floor. With this, he can be considered the number 1 player among us. Without anyone noticing, Feng had risen to become the first-ranking player in everyone's hearts. At this moment, the members of the secret pavilion no longer looked at him arrogantly, all of them feeling only admiration for the swordsman. Just as everyone had thought that Feng's limit was the 4th floor. 2 streaks of green blood suddenly appeared before Feng, the void assassin that had its body exposed losing close to a total of 2,700 HP. That should be enough practice. There's no point in continuing this training. Let's go to the 5th floor to take a look, then. After deciding so, Feng adjusted his breathing and finally launched his counterattack. After a long period of tempering himself with the void assassins, Feng could already react to the fluctuations they caused without paying deliberate attention to them. He could now place more of his concentration on dodging and attacking, instead. Although he could still improve slightly if he continued tempering himself, his remaining stamina did not permit him to do so. Moreover, compared to tempering his perception of the surrounding space, he was currently more interested in finding out what sort of trial awaited him on the 5th floor. What's going on? Shouldn't his stamina and concentration have declined significantly? Theoretically, his counterattack rate should gradually drop. So, why is it now increasing? The spectators were all shocked to see Feng behaving as if he had just taken a dose of stimulants. However, what no one knew was that, after undergoing that period of tempering, Feng's combat standards had received significant improvements. If before he had to focus 3/4 of his concentration on sensing the spatial fluctuations, he now needed to use only 1/3 of it to do so. This change allowed Feng's attack rate to increase over 3-fold. In less than 10 minutes, Feng had defeated all 8 void assassins, leaving only the chieftain-ranked null assassin, which had not moved at all since the start of the battle. The instant the 8th void assassin died, the null assassin finally took action. The instant the null assassin struck, Feng nearly lost his life. The null assassin's attack was exceedingly fast, and its strength was extremely powerful. It was simply impossible for Feng to evade the chieftain's strike even though he had managed to sense it coming. Reacting quickly, Feng launched an attack of his own at the null assassin's dagger, using the force of the impact to deflect the dagger's attack trajectory slightly so that it struck air, instead. So strong. Feng inwardly felt fortunate as he looked at his still trembling arm. If not for him requiring less concentration now to detect the spatial fluctuations and being able to invest more attention into attacking and evading, he would have most likely fallen to the null assassin already. He dodged it? Yuan Tianxin was astounded as he looked at the unmarked Feng. He had expected Feng to suffer miserably when the null assassin took action. The reason for this assumption of his was because he understood just how powerful the null assassin was. Although he, too, was a Void Realm expert, he had suffered hundreds of defeats at the hands of the null assassin. Only after a long period of arduous training did he manage to defeat the Null Assassin. Moreover, even until now, his win rate against the Null Assassin was still not 100%. Hence, he never imagined that Xiaofan would actually manage to deflect the Null Assassin's attack on his first try. The scariest part about the Null Assassin was its first attack. If one could avoid its first attack, the subsequent battle would become much simpler. Sure enough, after a short adjustment period, Xiaofan launched his counterattack on the Null Assassin, continuously dealing damage to the chieftain. In the end, after a dozen minutes or so of strenuous battle, he depleted the Null Assassin's 200,000 HP. Chapter 899, Ranking Competitions Number 1. What? He cleared it, just like that? All of the spectators were stupefied as the Null Assassin's corpse appeared on the ground. Until now, not a single person among their trainees had conquered the Silent Hell. Although they knew that some of them would eventually clear the fourth floor, they never expected a newcomer from another guild to do so. Meanwhile, Feng's success caused an uproar among the other players in the main hall. Many people began to regret their decision to not watch Feng's battle. If they had done so, they might have learned something, allowing for minor breakthroughs. After all, every expert had their own strengths and weaknesses. If the other party's strength made up for what they lacked, they would gain some insight from watching the battle. Ha ha ha. You guys have seen it now, right? I'm not weak. It's that Feng is too strong. Among our batch, he ranks at the very top. With my abilities, how could I possibly be a match for him? When Violent Bear saw Feng clear the fourth floor, excitement replaced his previously defeated expression. He then turned to the fighters who had laughed at him and proudly proclaimed, "If you guys think I'm weak, why don't you challenge him, rather than spout bullshit from the sidelines?" Suddenly, the players who had previously mocked Violent Bear fell silent. Thinking back to the Berserker's battle against Feng, although Violent Bear had lost quite a few points, he had actually profited from the fight against an expert like Feng. Usually, for those with lower standards, it was impossible to find an opportunity to fight trainees who had reached the fourth floor. The latter despised fighting them. Violent Bear, on the other hand, had, unintentionally, scored a fight against an expert like Feng. If Violent Bear gained even a fragment of inspiration from that fight, the 800 points he had lost would have been worth it. If possible, they were willing to spend 500 or 600 points, 800 points, for a match against Feng. However, this opportunity had obviously passed. The fact that Feng had secured first place in the ranking competition meant that he no longer lacked battle points. Furthermore, why would Feng need to fight them? On the battle tower's fifth floor. As soon as Feng arrived, he felt a massive mental suppression weigh on him. This mental suppression was many times stronger than the abyssal blade had exuded when he executed a skill. He felt as if he stood before a tier 5 monster, suffocating. His body's reaction speed and mobility were also heavily restricted. Aside from this oppressive pressure, he noticed that he stood in a dimly lit cave. Steam filled the cave, feeling like a massive sauna. The steam also hindered Feng's vision. Aside from Feng, 5 giant snakes with dark gray bodies and 3 heads each slithered in the steamy cavern. The snake's amber eyes glared at Feng. 3-headed snake, Special Elite. Level 30. HP 150,000/150,000. Before Feng could adapt to the environment here, the 5 3-headed snakes moved. Inside the rubble-filled cave, Feng's mobility was restricted. The 3-headed snakes, on the other hand, treated these obstacles as if they didn't exist. They moved through the cave like flowing water, easily overcoming the various obstacles in their path with unaffected speed. In the blink of an eye, all 5 snakes arrived before Feng. After the 5 3-headed snakes surrounded Feng, they began to spit needles of corrosive venom at the swordsman. The venomous needles rained down on Xiaofan like thin rain. In this steamy environment, it was simply impossible to detect them with the naked eye. Xiaofan could only determine the attack's trajectories by the fluctuations in the air. However, there were simply too many needles. A single three-headed snake had spat over a dozen needles. With 5 three-headed snakes surrounding Xiaofan, he faced was over 70 attacks. An ordinary person would have their hands full with just 5 of these attacks. Now, there were over 70. Moreover, even one of these attacks was more than enough to injure Xiaofan heavily. The 5th floor's difficulty was clear to see. Even if Xiaofan were at his peak, he could never defend against so many attacks. He needed to rely on quick movements to reduce the number of attacks he received. Only by doing so would he have any chance of survival. Moreover, not only were his reactions slowed right now, but he was also surrounded by a vile environment. With so many obstacles, it would be very easy to trip and fall if he moved too quickly, which would then open holes in his defense. However, even knowing this, Xiaofan chose to run. If he simply stood there, the numerous attacks would claim his life. As expected of the battle tower's 5th floor. This isn't any place for ordinary human beings. Xiaofan brandished his twin swords to deflect the venomous needles as he ran. Although these needles did not contain much force, there were many of them. Even after Xiaofan ran, he had to face nearly 40 needles. With his blurred perception, a single mistake would result in the venomous needles finding their mark. Although each needle only dealt around -500 damage, Xiaofan only had several thousand HP. Following which, as Xiaofan ran through the cave and evaded the needles, his HP rapidly decreased. In the blink of an eye, Xiaofang's HP reached 0, his body falling to the ground. In the end, he was teleported out of the battle tower. Even after Xiaofan returned to the main hall, the spectators around the battle tower's portal were still in a daze. The 5th floor was absurdly difficult. Just watching the rain of venomous needles pelt Xiaofan made a chill run down their spines. There was also that massive mental suppression to contend with. If they had to fight in such an environment, they wouldn't even last 2 seconds before becoming porcupines. However, Xiaofan had managed to last over 10 seconds before succumbing to the near-invisible needles. If not for those attacks being so hard to detect, Xiaofan could have survived for much longer. He might have even put up a good fight against those three-headed snakes. Is this his current strength? After Cold Autumn exited spectator mode, he looked around him, a faint chill crawling down his back. Fortunately, he had experienced that battle as a spectator. Had he been fighting, against that oppressive pressure, he would have been paralyzed. All he could have done was wait for death to take him. As for Hua, after seeing the difference between herself and Xiaofan, she wasn't afraid in the least. On the contrary, she brimmed with fighting spirit, the corners of her lips lifting into a bright smile. Although she could clearly feel just how massive the gap was between them, she had obtained tremendous insight from watching Xiaofang's fight. Previously, she had concentrated on a singular question: why were Xiaofang's attacks so fast? However, after a long period of observation, she more or less gained some inspiration. Every time Xiaofan attacked, his body began to move even before his sword did. By relying on his body's movements and energy transfer, his sword had already been accelerating for a brief period by the time he moved his arm. Hence, when Xiaofan actually swung his sword, the sword seemed as if it instantly transitioned from a standstill to maximum speed. Although the theory sounded simple, one needed a degree of physical control that was beyond the scope of ordinary humans to accomplish this feat. Of course, Hua had a lot of confidence in herself. She believed that, if Xiaofan could do it, there was no reason that she could not. Chapter 900, Challenge. Inside the battle fortress's main hall, a group of newcomers in linen clothing suddenly emerged from the training field's portal. The combat system here is really impressive. Those simulated experts felt like the real deal. They are all so powerful. Even in a one-on-one, they still suppressed me. When Blackie spoke about the combat training he had just experienced, he wore an amazed expression. When he fought the starter pack's first 8 experts, he has some hope of triumphing against them. However, the last 2 experts were absurdly powerful. They had defeated him easily, leaving him without any power to resist. It's a pity that there are so few experts in the starter pack. I wish we had more variations. Flying Shadow sighed. The secret pavilion is fraudulent. Just fighting those ordinary experts costs 100 points per day. If we can't rank among the top 200, we won't be able to afford them every day. Although he had only fought for a few hours against the starter pack's 10 experts, he had learned a lot. If he could face all kinds of experts over time, he would gain combat experience with flying speed. He might even reach the refinement realm after a short period. That should be enough training for us today. We still have to challenge the battle tower and raise our ranks, Fire Dance stated. Although she didn't want to waste their starter pack's duration, it was more important to raise their ranks first. If they didn't, they would be stuck with 20 battle points per day. After they had entered the training system, they had learned a lot about the battle tower and the pavilion's veterans from the other newcomers. To put it simply, it would not be easy to enter the top 200 ranks with their current strength. Furthermore, Fire Dance aimed for the top 150 ranks. Only by entering the top 150 would she receive 200 points each day, which would allow her to face 1 refinement realm expert per day. If she were stuck among the top 200, she would have to wait 2 days to challenge a refinement realm expert. As for the starter pack's experts, the first 8 weren't even a warm-up for her. Only the last 2 experts had made her work for her victory. Even after dozens of matches with those 2 experts, her win rate was only 50%. On the other hand, the secret pavilion's top 150 experts had at least an 80% win rate against the starter pack's refinement realm experts. With her current standards, it would be a relatively difficult task to enter the top 150. At the same time, she was very excited. There were only a handful of experts in Star Moon Kingdom that could pose a challenge. In the simulation training system, however, there were crowds of such experts waiting for her. Big Sis Fire, look, for some reason, a lot of people have gathered over there. Violet Cloud pointed out as she looked towards the battle tower's portal. Curiously, she asked, what are they doing? When they had arrived at the battle fortress, not many people had been present. Now, however, over 100 people had crowded the main hall. Ah, someone seems to be leaving the tower, Kola said as he saw the portal flash with white light. The figure of a man then stepped out of the portal. After a moment, they recognized the familiar figure. A large crowd had huddled around the portal. As soon as Feng emerged, everyone turned towards him. They looked at Feng as if he were a monster, curiosity and horror flashing in their eyes. Feng was simply some newbie that had joined the training system today, yet, he had set foot onto the 5th floor. The secret pavilion's members had already been in the simulated training system for over a month. For some, this wasn't even their first year. Yet, they were all still stuck on the battle tower's 4th floor. Hence, Feng's achievement was difficult for them to swallow. Doesn't he look just over 20? He actually reached the 5th floor at such a young age. Even among all the geniuses throughout our secret pavilion's history, he should rank near the top, right? Yeah, he should rank within the top 20. Between Feng and Wenhua, who do you think has more talent? Do you even need to ask? It is certainly Wenhua. Even our guild leader can't stop praising her talent, claiming that she ranks among the top 10 throughout the secret pavilion's history. When Fire Dance and the others overheard the conversation, they were momentarily at a loss for words. They did not know whether they should celebrate or smile wryly. While their heads still ached about obtaining a better rank, Xiaofan had already become number 1 in the ranking competition. Meanwhile, before Xiaofan even had the chance to relive the battle on the 5th floor, he heard the sound of an emergency notification. Xiaofan was then forcefully ejected out of the training system and forced into sleep mode. No one was surprised about Xiaofang's sudden disappearance. They all thought that he had logged out to avoid their pestering. Moreover, training in the battle tower was very taxing. Almost everyone had to log out and rest after challenging the tower. Inside the luxurious bedroom, Xiaofan climbed out from his virtual gaming cabin, the machine continuously beeping. A single tempering session in the battle tower consumed so much? Xiaofan could not help his surprise when he saw the virtual gaming cabin's depleted nutrient solution tank. Before he had entered the training system, he had made sure to refill the cabin's nutrient solution storage and had drunk a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid. The depleted nutrient solution was one thing, however, he was extremely hungry. Moreover, his entire body felt drained. This emptiness felt similar to when he had broken through the limits of his mental strength for the first time. It's no wonder why Yuan Tianxin had warned me to prepare S-rank nutrient fluids. Ordinary people can't afford to play around with this training system. Xiaofan, more or less, understood why Yuan Tianxin had suggested caution. It seems I'll have to prepare some more S-rank nutrient fluids from now on. While inside the battle tower, he had pushed his 5 senses to their brinks for a long time. In God's domain, however, he usually didn't need to. It was especially true after one reached his standard. While fighting at one's peak, the brain would be extremely active. This would increase the body's energy consumption. If one did not replenish the lost energy afterward, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was even possible to destroy one's own body. Now that Fire Dance and the others had begun their training in the simulation training system, they needed enough nutrient supplements after they emerged. Otherwise, their bodies would suffer. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain the best-performing S-rank nutrient fluid. Only transcendental powers like the Secret Pavilion, which were influential in both the real world and the virtual world, could obtain large quantities. As for a foundationless guild like Zero Wing, it could, at most, obtain a few bottles. Furthermore, each bottle was very expensive. Meanwhile, Xiaofan needed the coins he had to keep the guild functioning, and he had not liquidated any funds recently. As for the credits he had on hand, Liang Jing had already used them to purchase training facilities. Currently, he was almost broke. It seems I'll have to turn some of the coins or items into money for now. Xiaofan sighed helplessly. Truthfully, he did not wish to exchange any of the game's resources for credits. After all, doing so would impact the guild's development. However, nurturing a group of top-tier experts was far more important right now. Just as Xiaofan pondered selling the resources of God's domain, Liang Jing barged into his room, looking worried. "Master Xiaofan, something has happened," Liang Jing said, panting. With her hand over her chest, she continued, "A group of people has suddenly arrived to challenge our training center. Several instructors have been injured. From what I have heard, this group defeated Master Chen Wu before arriving. They are demanding a match against you. They claim that there will be consequences if their demands aren't met." Challenge? Who are they? What do they look like? Xiaofan recalled a faint memory after hearing these words. Chapter 901, Silent Blade. Inside the bustling dojo, hundreds of people had gathered around the arena. This dojo is pathetic. These instructors are just garbage. They're completely misguiding the students here. With such skills, they even dare start up a dojo? Hey, you guys, you're better off training somewhere else. With these trash instructors teaching you, you won't get anywhere in a fighting competition, no matter how long you train. It's no wonder why, after so many years, this city has not produced a single, decent professional fighter. Of course, you're not to blame. Rather, it's these garbage instructors' fault. If it were up to me, I would pack up and leave after finding out how crappy these instructors are. I wouldn't waste my youth here. Over a dozen youths in their 20s wearing dark gray martial artist robes glanced at the middle-aged instructor who had just been defeated, disgust filling their gazes. These gray-robed youths then sent sympathetic gazes towards the hundreds of teenagers training inside the hall. Although the Big Dipper Dojo's trainees were furious, none of them dared to speak up, remaining silent as they watched this scene play out. These dozen or so people who had suddenly shown up were just too strong. Among these people, one indifferent youth, who looked to be roughly the same age as they were, had single-handedly defeated 6 of their highly skilled instructors. Moreover, none of their instructors had landed a finger on this indifferent youth. Even someone who knew nothing of martial arts could see the disparity in their strengths. If they had to challenge that youth, they probably wouldn't last one move. It was extremely difficult to defeat an opponent in a single move. It was even more so in an actual battle. Generally, such situations only occurred when martial artists fought an ordinary person. To put it simply, it was only possible if there was a massive difference between the fighters' strengths. The hundreds of teenage trainees felt an immense pressure weigh on them when they looked at the thin, indifferent youth. Seeing the quiet trainees, the fierce, bald man standing at the forefront of the gray-robed youths smirked with satisfaction. How about it? You've seen the difference in our abilities for yourselves. We have come from the White Tiger Dojo. Recently, our dojo has considered establishing a branch in this city. This is a chance for all of you. If you perform well in the branch dojo, you might even get the chance to train in the main dojo. At that time, you will be the star of tomorrow's fighting competition. You won't have to waste your lives in this tiny place. Hearing the bald man's offer, everyone was momentarily stunned. They immediately understood why even Master Chen Wu was no match for these youths. They had heard about the White Tiger Dojo. Anyone who wanted to join the world of fighting knew about it. Many famous contestants, who had taken part in past national fighting competitions, originated from the White Tiger Dojo. The dojo had even nurtured well-known, international fighters in the past. Countless youths that wanted their own fame in the fighting world dreamed of joining the White Tiger Dojo. However, they had never imagined that the White Tiger Dojo would open a branch in their city. Before the bald man could say more, the dojo's doors swung open. Having captured everyone's attention, Feng and Liang Jing approached the bald man. Immediately, the trainees grew excited. Feng was the Big Dipper Dojo's head instructor. Despite being so young, he had attained this position by relying on his own strength. He was their revered idol. In fact, many among them had specifically joined the dojo because they had heard Feng was an instructor here. However, Feng normally lived in the Greenwater Villa, only occasionally venturing to the dojo. Hence, they did not see him often. You are the head instructor? The bald man's lips twisted into a sneer, glaring at Feng with disdain. He had heard that the newly established Big Dipper Dojo had a 20-something-year-old martial artist who guided the students. He had thought it had been a joke. Now, however, it seemed that the rumor was true. The man before him wore cheap, dark blue sportswear, and he didn't appear strong. Not only did the man seem a little pale, but he also lacked the aura of a martial artist. It was hard to imagine how such a weakling had wormed his way into the position of head instructor. In his opinion, Feng was weaker than the instructors that had already been defeated. At the very least, their auras had been passable. Emicham, that's right. Why have you come looking for me in such a hurry? Feng swept a glance over the dozen or so members from the White Tiger Dojo, becoming more confident in his conjecture. In the past, after God's domain launched the Mind Space System, the well-known dojos throughout the nation had begun to expand. These dojos had set up branches in various cities in an attempt to poach members and expand their influence, hoping to attract major corporations' investments. Although some dojos had received these investments, the majority had not. These corporations' intentions had been obvious. They had all wanted to nurture a powerful guild of their own in God's domain. However, compared to recruiting ordinary players, it was far more efficient to recruit fighters from dojos, who were already familiar with actual combat. Moreover, God's domain wouldn't impact these fighters' daily routines. These people only needed to play God's domain while they slept. With this, not only would the fighting world and virtual gaming world remain separate, but they would also form a mutually beneficial relationship, helping each other improve. Both sides would make more money. Knowing this, the major corporations that had been interested in the mind space system had refused to ignore such a valuable opportunity. Among the country's dojos, the White Tiger Dojo had chosen to set up branches in over a dozen third-tier cities. Jinhai City had been one of those cities. Back then, the city's various dojos had despaired upon hearing the news. These dojos had originally chosen to develop in a third-tier city precisely because they could not compete with the dojos in first- and second-tier cities. When the major dojos had targeted their cities, they had been forced out of business. In the end, many of Jinhai City's dojos had been forced to cooperate with the White Tiger Dojo. Once Xiaofan saw the White Tiger Dojo's members, his gaze stopped on the indifferent youth behind the bald man. Xiaofan knew this youth. He had been extremely famous in Jinhai City. Moreover, after joining God's domain, he had become unstoppable. In the past, he had been known as Silent Blade in God's domain. At his peak, he had been a Tier 5 berserker who ranked 58th on the God's domain experts list. Unfortunately, his entry into God's domain was somewhat late. Otherwise, his achievements in the game would have been even greater. Our White Tiger Dojo is thinking of opening a branch in Jinhai City, so we've come to say hello. We were also hoping to spar with you. I wonder if Instructor Shi is interested, the bald man laughed. Spar? Feng's lips hooked up slightly. Shaking his head, he said, "Why doesn't it look like that to me? The White Tiger Dojo is so famous that even a layman such as myself knows of it. Is it necessary to venture all the way here to poach our members? Don't say it like that. We are just trying to conduct honest business. Naturally, we have to provide better options to those who wish to join the fighting world." The bald man laughed. He didn't take Xiaofan seriously in the least. In his opinion, Xiaofan was merely a puppet that Big Dipper had employed to run this dojo. The man didn't qualify to speak to him at all. "I've heard that you are quite powerful. I have always admired those with strength. I wonder, would you be willing to spar with me? We can show everyone whether or not your strength is superficial." Chapter 902, Class vs. Class. The bald man's sarcasm earned the displeasure of many within the dojo. Just as Liang Jing was about to step forward and say something, Xiaofan held her back with a hand. He was also familiar with this bald man. The man's name was Ganxingtang, and he was one of the White Tiger Dojo's advanced disciples. The man was quite strong, even stronger than Chen Wu. He was very active in all sorts of fighting competitions and had earned himself some fame. Hence, he had the confidence to wipe the floor with every martial arts instructor in Jinhai City. "What's wrong? Afraid?" Ganxingtang sneered. In Ganxingtang's opinion, Xiaofang's pale complexion was definitely due to fear. With this thought, he became even more certain that Xiaofan was afraid of sparring with him. "I'm not particularly opposed to a sparring match. However, if I catered to every random person who burst into our dojo to challenge me, wouldn't I die from exhaustion?" Xiaofan responded softly. Feng's retort didn't fluster Gan Xingtang in the least. Rather, he laughed as he continued to run his mouth, saying, "The high and mighty head instructor of the Big Dipper dojo only knows how to make up excuses. Instructor Shi, aren't you afraid that you might become a laughingstock if others in our industry heard about your cowardice?" Initially, he had thought that the Big Dipper dojo's rumored martial arts master was truly quite powerful. Now, however, it seemed that those rumors had been nothing but lies. "I see that the Big Dipper dojo only amounts to so much. If even its head instructor is too afraid to spar, what's the point of starting a dojo? Might as well switch professions, start a dance hall instead. You and I are closer in age. If you don't want to spar with senior brother Gan, how about my challenge? Do you dare to accept it?" Although Gan Xingtang was not angry, the intermediate disciples behind him were more than raring to fight. Wrathful flames filled their eyes when they looked at Feng, and they wanted nothing more than to teach him a lesson, showing him exactly how powerful the White Tiger Dojo was. Any one of the White Tiger Dojo's advanced disciples could easily serve as a dojo's head instructor in a second-tier city. Even Chen Wu, Jinhai City's top expert, had lost to senior brother Gan, yet Feng had actually implied that their senior brother wasn't qualified to fight him. It was an insult to the White Tiger Dojo and their senior brother Gan. In their opinions, even one of the White Tiger Dojo's basic disciples could easily defeat Feng with a few moves. Sparring against their senior brother Gan was too much of a privilege for this man. Don't misunderstand me. I did not refuse your invitation to spar. However, since you are White Tiger Dojo members, I can't use my status as an instructor to bully you, right? I intend to allow our disciples to spar with you. What do you think?" Feng asked as he glanced at Gan Xingtang. The entire dojo fell silent as Feng finished his question. The crowd from the White Tiger Dojo looked at Feng as if he were an idiot. If even the Big Dipper Dojo's instructors were no match for them, why would the disciples have any chance? Even with one hand tied behind their backs, they could easily defeat any of Big Dipper's disciples. Meanwhile, when the Big Dipper Dojo's disciples heard Feng, they were all dumbfounded. They had already learned how terrifying the White Tiger Dojo was when they had watched the previous fights. Even if they fought together in groups of 5 or 6, they wouldn't be a match for one of the White Tiger Dojo's fighters, much less in a one-on-one. Sure. Only, once every Big Dipper disciple has been defeated, I hope that you will stop giving me excuses and spar against me yourself, Gan Xingtang sneered and nodded. Rest assured, if you win, I will step up. Feng laughed. He then turned to Liang Jing and said, "Fetch Fire Dance and the others." "Fetch them?" "But aren't they?" Liang Jing was momentarily stunned by Feng's order. After she had become Feng's assistant, he had often enlisted her help to manage some of Zero Wing Workshop's affairs. Hence, she knew Fire Dance and the others' identities. None of these people were professional fighters, they were professional gamers. Rather than having them fight the White Tiger's members, it would be more effective if the dojo's disciples fought. Go. It's about time they take part in an actual battle. Feng understood the reason for Liang Jing's shock. However, he still had her summon Fire Dance and the others. Fire Dance's group might not be professional fighters, but after such a long stay in the Greenwater Villa, they had undergone various training. Lei Bao had even guided their foundations. In addition, they received an endless supply of A-rank nutrient fluids and the occasional S-rank nutrient fluid. Their current physiques were already many times stronger than when they had first arrived at the Greenwater Villa. Fire Dance and the others had even surprised a martial artist like Lei Bao, and the man often praised the group for being martial arts geniuses. Lei Bao had even wanted to accept them as his personal disciples. Unfortunately, Feng had rejected his requests. A short moment later, Fire Dance and the others entered the dojo. Immediately, their appearance caused a great commotion. When the White Tiger Dojo group saw Fire Dance and the others, their jaws nearly hit the floor. Rage flashed in their eyes as thoughts of murdering Xiaofan surfaced in their minds. Originally, they had thought that Xiaofan had summoned a group of powerful experts to spar against them. Now, however, it would seem that he was simply ridiculing them. The group Xiaofan had called to face them actually included girls. Although there was no lack of female disciples in the various dojos, and there were female-only competitions in major fighting competitions, males and females were simply on different levels. The fact that Xiaofan had sent for a female disciple trampled on their glory and pride. Why wouldn't they be angry? "Instructor Shi, are you trying to insult the White Tiger Dojo?" Gan Xingtang asked Xiaofan with a frosty tone. Gan Xingtang intended to wait for an answer. However, Fire Dance walked up to the arena and pointed at the White Tiger's members, issuing her challenge, "One-on-one matches will be too boring. I want to take on all of you at once." Before the White Tiger Dojo's members could react, Liang Jing nearly fainted. Just who did Fire Dance think these people were? This wasn't a game. They were all bona fide fighting experts. They were not random monsters that one could casually defeat in a game. Liang Jing had thought of warning Fire Dance. However, seeing the murderous looks from White Tiger Dojo members, she rushed up to Xiaofan and said softly, "Master Xiaofan, please ask her to stop. These people are from the White Tiger Dojo. If she angers them and they stop holding back, someone will end up in the hospital." "You're right," Xiaofan nodded. He then looked towards Fire Dance and said, "Hold back. We shouldn't hospitalize them. If it were Kola or Yi Wumian, they could have played with their opponents without hurting them too badly. If it were up to Fire Dance, however, her opponents would be in danger." After all, Fire Dance had never fought ordinary people before. After reaching the refinement realm, she usually only trained with Lei Bao. If she fought an ordinary person, she could miscalculate her opponent and use too much strength. "I understand." Fire Dance nodded and smiled. Feng's instructions left Liang Jing speechless. Although she wanted to inform him that that was not what she had meant, the indifferent youth from the White Tiger Dojo had entered the arena. As for the other White Tiger members, they shouted their indignation. "You Zipping, you better not hold back just because she's pretty. Show them the strength of the White Tiger Dojo. You Zipping, if you can't defeat her with a single move, I'll mock you forever." The visiting fighters' eyes were all bloodshot with anger. They all wished they were in the cold Yu Zipping's place, eager to show these bumpkins from the Big Dipper Dojo the extent of their strength. Meanwhile, Gan Xingtang laughed out of anger. He even wondered if Xiaofan acted out of desperation after realizing the hopelessness of the Big Dipper's situation. Yu Zipping nodded seriously as he turned to Fire Dance with a chilling expression. Since Yu Zipping was already prepared, Xiaofan promptly initiated the fight. "All right, then. Since you have decided, let the match begin." Chapter 903, Who's Next? _ When Xiaofan announced the start of the battle, Yu Zipping shot the man a glance, surprise flashing in his eyes. Xiaofan was simply too calm. He had participated in many fighting competitions before and had met people of various standards, so he could tell that Xiaofang's serenity was not an act. Rather, his calm originated from absolute confidence, as if everything were within his control. However, in his opinion, his match against Fire Dance was unbalanced. Fire Dance had no chance of winning against him. After all, females were generally weaker than males. It was especially true for a great beauty like Fire Dance. Although Fire Dance wore a set of dark blue sportswear, her clothing couldn't hide her curvaceous body. She looked nothing like a muscular gorilla. On the contrary, she looked like someone who often practiced yoga. Her perfect figure only contained charm, not strength. In the face of absolute strength, all trickery was useless. All martial artists knew this. In terms of strength, although he was not at the peak of the White Tiger Dojo's intermediate disciples, he was still considered above average. Currently, he had a punching strength of 422 kilograms. Although he barely qualified to participate in the National Youth Championship, in a third-tier city like Jinhai City, he could definitely rank among the city's top fighters. In an actual fight, it was not easy for one to make up the difference in strength. That required a wealth of combat experience and techniques. However, while he might only be 18 years old, he had already participated in over a dozen large-scale competitions. He possessed a considerable amount of combat experience. He even frequently sparred with the dojo's advanced disciples. In terms of combat techniques, he was already on their level. With the advantage of strength, experience, and techniques, losing was impossible. So, why was Xiaofan so calm? Where was his confidence coming from? However, Yuziping quickly shook these questions away as he returned his gaze to Fire Dance. He no longer wanted to think about what might be going through Xiaofang's mind. Defeating Fire Dance was his priority. With this match, he would teach Xiaofan the meaning of a true professional fighter. Fall! Yuziping shouted, his voice as cold as snow. Like an arrow, he dashed to Fire Dance and sent a fierce punch towards her abdomen. His attack was both fast and precise. He did not hold back in the least. Zipping sure is vicious. No matter what is going on, his opponent is still a great beauty, yet he's not showing any mercy, Gonshington muttered with sympathy. With this, the match would end as quickly as it had begun. Even in the White Tiger Dojo, Yuziping was looked upon favorably. However, the boy had one shortcoming: he did not know how to hold back. To a youth, however, this was a benefit. If one were frequently distracted, it would be very difficult to improve. Pang! The sound of a collision radiated from the arena. She blocked it? How is that possible? The people below the arena stared at Fire Dance in disbelief. The impact should have sent Fire Dance flying, yet she had actually blocked Yuziping's fist with one hand. It was truly hard to imagine just how that thin, frail arm could endure so much force. Logically, her arm should have been knocked away. No one would have been surprised if her bones had cracked or shattered. However, Fire Dance showed no sign of pain. On the contrary, she had received Yuziping's full power punch as if she had reached out to say hello. Yuziping was also momentarily stunned. Hurriedly, he tried to withdraw. However, he suddenly discovered that his fist would not budge no matter how hard he tried. Fire Dance's tender fingers clasped his fist like chains. With no other choice, Yuziping raised his left leg and swept it towards Fire Dance's neck. Pang! However, Fire Dance caught his iron-like leg with her other hand. As if he had predicted this, Yuziping quickly sent a follow-up punch with his other hand. Just before Yuziping's fist struck Fire Dance's face, a creak echoed throughout the dojo. In the next moment, Yuziping released an agonizing scream, his fist halting as he suddenly tumbled to the ground. The fist and ankle that Fire Dance had caught had already begun to turn purple. The various spectators were flabbergasted. Having forgotten about the pale-faced Yuziping, everyone stared at Fire Dance with awe. Fire Dance's performance was simply too shocking. Nobody could believe their eyes. Among the crowd, the White Tiger Dojo members were the most affected. They knew just how strong Yuziping was. Among their group, only 2 or 3 people were stronger than him. Yet, in front of Fire Dance, Yuziping was as powerful as a child. What technique! What combat experience! In front of absolute strength, they were nothing. Does she have some kind of godly strength? Gonshington's expression was somber as he looked at the injured Yuziping. Fire Dance was merely a young girl. However, even he was far weaker than her. He couldn't compete with her strength in a fight. He could only rely on his speed and techniques to secure victory. Liang Jing, who stood beside Xiaofan, was similarly stunned. She had assumed that Fire Dance would be hospitalized after this match. She had never imagined that Fire Dance was actually this powerful. Is she a hidden master like Xiaofan? Liang Jing could not help but wonder. There was no other way to explain this overwhelming victory. However, there was one factor that confused Liang Jing. If Fire Dance possessed such skills, why hasn't she participated in any fighting competitions? With her skills, she would even perform excellently in the national competition. If she could earn herself a victory, she would earn an unimaginable amount of money. She wouldn't need to continue working as a professional gamer. As for Xiaofan, he glanced at the stunned Liang Jing before shifting his gaze to Yu Ziping, who was still on the ground. He shook his head and sighed, saying, "Of all the things you could have relied on, you chose physical strength." After Fire Dance had reached the refinement realm, her body's physique had improved rapidly. Moreover, with Lei Bao's guidance, she had already grasped the technique to utilize internal force. To Fire Dance, a punching strength 400 or 500 kilograms was not difficult to achieve. Yu Ziping had been looking for a beating by relying on physical strength. If the boy had simply used his combat experience, he might have lasted a little longer. I believe that the outcome has been decided. Take him away, Xiaofan said, pointing at Yu Ziping as he looked at Ganxingtang. Only now did the White Tiger members recover from their daze. This match was over. They had even forgotten that one of their companions was injured and needed immediate medical attention. Relax, I didn't use that much force. His bones should be intact. After some treatment, he just needs to rest for a few days to recover, Fire Dance explained as she looked down at the silent Yu Ziping. She then turned to Ganxingtang, who stood below the arena, and quietly asked, "The first match is over. Who's next?" Chapter 904, Difference in Experience. Fire Dance's voice was like a jade bead falling to the ground as it resounded throughout the dojo. Although her voice was not loud, her words had ingrained themselves into everyone's minds, making them impossible to forget. The White Tiger Dojo members instantly paled at these words. Every one of them silently turned to their companions, lacking their previous confidence. Yu Ziping's overall strength could rank second among their group, only Ganxingtang was slightly stronger. They would only suffer if they fought Fire Dance. In contrast, the Big Dipper's disciples stared at Fire Dance with reverence. Even Yu Ziping, who had beaten their instructors, had been defeated in less than a handful of moves. Fire Dance's strength was astounding. Moreover, when they saw the visiting fighters' fear, a bliss sprouted in their hearts. So what if the White Tiger Dojo was impressive? In the end, its disciples had still lost against their Big Dipper Dojo. Aside from helping them vent their stress, Fire Dance's victory reassured them of their decision to join the Big Dipper Dojo. Before they had joined the Big Dipper Dojo, they had already heard some rumors. They heard that, in the Greenwater Villa, there were some people who were undergoing special training. However, they had no idea about what that special training entailed. Looking at it now, however, they were absolutely sure that the villa was a training ground for martial arts masters. If they performed well, they might even have a chance to participate in that special training. If they could have even half of Fire Dance's abilities, they could nurture a powerful reputation for themselves within Jinhai City. They might even make a name for themselves in the large-scale competitions in their province. After all, even Ganxingtang, who had defeated Hall Master Chen Wu, wore a grim expression. His fear of Fire Dance was obvious. In the past, Chen Wu had become Jinhai City's champion fighter, and his results in the provincial competitions had been impressive. Is nobody willing to face me? Fire Dance asked once more as she swept a glance over the White Tiger Dojo members. Before she had come to the dojo, she had heard from Liang Jing just how powerful the White Tiger Dojo's members were and had been warned to be careful against them. However, after that first match, she did not consider these people particularly strong. On the contrary, she thought they were pitifully weak. When Zipping had attacked, he had left several holes in his defense. There had just been too many excess movements. Even Violet Cloud could defeat Zipping easily, not to mention someone like her, who knew how to use internal force. What Fire Dance did not know was that, during her time in the Greenwater Villa, her strength had long since surpassed ordinary people. However, since she was usually cooped up inside the villa, she hadn't had much contact with the outside world. Hence, she had not noticed these tremendous changes. "I'll be your opponent." Gan Xingting had already realized that this opponent was more than he could handle. However, to preserve the White Tiger Dojo's glory, he had to take center stage even if it meant humiliation. Before coming to Jinhai City, the main branch had made it clear that his group needed to wipe the floor with every dojo in Jinhai City, paving the way for their branch dojo. Even Zipping could deal with these bumpkins easily, not to mention a senior like him. Chen Wu should have been the only troublesome opponent they encountered. As for the martial arts master that governed the Big Dipper Training Center, he did not believe the rumor. Even their White Tiger Dojo had to treat martial arts masters with respect. How could an exalted figure possibly be content in a third-tier city like Jinhai City? Although Gan Xingting was unsure if Jinhai City actually housed a martial arts master, he was certain that Fire Dance was an expert who shouldn't be taken lightly. At the very least, if they wanted a high chance of defeating her, they needed one of the White Tiger Dojo's instructors to take her on. However, not all hope was lost yet. No matter what was said or done, he was an advanced disciple from the White Tiger Dojo. His combat experience and strength far surpassed Zipping's. Previously, Zipping had sparred against Fire Dance without knowing anything about her. Now that he knew that Fire Dance was extraordinarily strong, he would not make the same mistake. As long as he maintained a certain distance from Fire Dance and waited for her to reveal a flaw in her defense, he could defeat her. Moreover, based on Fire Dance's appearance, the girl only looked to be in her early 20s. She didn't have much combat experience. No matter how much she trained, actual combat was different. She would reveal her flaws when she attacked. As Gan Xingting considered the upcoming fight, Feng announced the start of the sparring session. As soon as Feng shouted, "Start," Fire Dance crossed the distance of 5 yards like a leopard and arrived before Gan Xingting in the blink of an eye. She proceeded to send an open palm strike towards Gan Xingting's chest. The wind whistled as her palm sliced through the air. So fast. Surprised, Gan Xingting abruptly retreated. Fortunately for Gan Xingting, he had evaded Fire Dance's fast attack in the nick of time, with the latter's palm stopping just a few centimeters from his chest. This single exchange struck fear into Gan Xingting's heart. He hadn't expected her to have explosive speed in addition to an absurd amount of physical strength. Had that attack struck, with Fire Dance's strength, he would have had some trouble breathing in the best-case scenario. In the worst-case scenario, his ribs would have broken, and he would have lost consciousness on the spot. However, Fire Dance's sudden attack had revealed a hole in her defense. When she had thrust her palm forward, she had left her side exposed. As long as he attacked that location, Fire Dance wouldn't be able to defend against his attack. Humph. In the end, a youngster is still a youngster. Because you're so eager to win, you've exposed such a basic flaw. Gan Xingting inwardly laughed. He then sent a roundhouse kick at Fire Dance. Both this kick's speed and power were far more refined than Zipping's. Just as Gan Xingting's leg was about to connect with Fire Dance's side, Fire Dance moved, her other hand snaking out to grasp the man's leg. Suddenly, she jumped and twisted in the air, and with Gan Xingting's leg as a pivot point, she planted her feet straight onto his face. Immediately, Gan Xingting's face flattened, blood spurting from his nostrils and his eyes rolling as his head was thrown back. Gan Xingting felt the world spin. He couldn't even feel pain. After taking a few steps back, his body abruptly fell to the mat as he fainted. Senior brother gone. The White Tiger Dojo's members cried out. None of them could believe what had just happened. They all felt as if they were dreaming. Just how fast had Ganxingting's kick been? They had only seen an afterimage of his leg, yet Fire Dance had managed to grab it and use it as a pivot point, utilizing the flaw she had exposed to land a finishing blow. How much combat experience and how much reaction speed was required to carry out this feat? Even their instructors couldn't replicate Fire Dance's counterattack. Yu Zipping, who rested below the arena, was dazed when he saw this. He finally understood that his loss had not been a simple lack of strength. Fire Dance had only chosen the simplest, most efficient method to deal with him because the gap between them was simply too massive. However, there was one point that he could not make sense of. How did Fire Dance gain such a frightening amount of combat experience? To perform that kind of counterattack, one needed extremely precise control over their bodies. Any mistakes could easily put one in peril. Only those who frequently dealt with such situations could execute such an accurate strike at such a crucial moment. Yet, how old was Fire Dance? How could she possibly possess that much life and death experiences? Are you wondering why there is such a huge disparity between your combat experience? Feng asked as he walked up to Yu Zipping. As if he knew the boy's thoughts, he smiled and said, "If you wish to know, I can tell you." You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.